Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. Two men ran out of a cornfield and slammed into my car at 1 a.m. That is the part I can prove. The dent in the door, the stains on the paint, the 911 call, all of that actually happened. The part I have never really said out loud is what I did next. I grew up in Ohio. Late night drives were kind of my thing. Empty highways, cheap gas station coffee, the glow of strip malls closing down for the night. It felt safe, in a weird, lonely way. You see a lot of strange stuff on the road after midnight, but most of it is boring. Drunk drivers, deer, the occasional mattress in the middle of a lane. The night this happened, I was in my dad's Camaro, cutting across farm country to shave a few minutes off the trip home. No traffic, just me, the engine, and the sound of crickets outside the glass. I was thinking about work, about bills, about nothing important. And then my headlights swung through an S-curve on County Line Road and caught something that should not have been there. A single shopping cart, parked dead center in my lane, miles from the nearest grocery store. By the time my brain understood what I was seeing, my foot was already on the brake. The tires screamed, the seatbelt locked across my chest, and I stopped a few feet from that cart with my hands shaking on the wheel. I told myself I would just move it out of the road, be a decent human being, and go home. Instead, I opened my door, stepped out into the dark, and heard footsteps in the gravel. Two men ran out of the cornfield and slammed into my car at 1 a.m. I drove away and told myself it was self-defense, until the headline the next morning said, "Unidentified man found near County Line Road." I do not know if you will ever read this on your channel. I am not even sure I want you to. What I do know is that if I keep this story only in my head, I am going to lose what is left of my sleep. So I am going to treat you like a stranger on the other end of a late-night radio show and just talk. You can decide later if it belongs in a video or in the trash. I just need it somewhere that is not my skull. It is a little after 1 a.m. right now. I am sitting at a cheap dining table in a one-bedroom apartment in Ohio that I barely afford. The laminate on the table is peeling at one corner, and my laptop is leaving a warm rectangle on the fake wood. The only light in the room is a ceiling fixture with one working bulb, humming softly, and the little white LED on the power strip under my feet. The apartment itself is very quiet, but not in a peaceful way. I can hear the fridge behind me humming and clicking. Every time the compressor kicks on, it sounds louder than it did earlier in the day, like it is right next to my ear. The HVAC fan comes on in slow, tired bursts, pushing air through vents that rattle in the wall. Every now and then, a car passes on the street outside, tires hissing over the wet pavement, headlights dragging shadows across my blinds. The laptop fan whirs up and down, like it is breathing with me. I am telling you all of that because this is exactly the kind of soundscape I used to relax to. I used to put on long YouTube videos of true horror stories while I did dishes, folded laundry, or lay in bed scrolling my phone. I liked the voices, the calm way people would talk about the worst thing that ever happened to them. I liked the idea that you could take something that messed you up and package it into 20 minutes with a thumbnail and a title and some ad breaks. I also thought most of them were probably exaggerated or fake. You listen to enough of those stories, and you start to hear the patterns, the dramatic pauses, the perfect coincidences, the way the endings line up too neatly with the title. You start to think, yeah, okay, maybe some of this happened, but not like that. That was me, a few years ago. And then something happened to me that I would not believe if I heard it from someone else. I am not going to dump everything on you at once. I know how these videos work. People click, they listen for a minute, and if it feels too fake or too slow, they back out and let the algorithm feed them something else. I do not blame them. Attention is short, fear is cheap, and there is always another thumbnail with a darker forest and a bigger font. So I will give you the short version first, the way it would fit on a banner under the video player. In the summer of 2018, I was driving my dad's car home late at night. I cut off the highway to take a back road I barely knew, a place called County Line Road, out by cornfields and dark farmhouses. Somewhere along that road, my headlights found a shopping cart parked dead center in my lane, miles from any store. When I got out to move it, two men came running out of the cornfield and slammed into my car. One of them hit the passenger side so hard that he left a dent. He pressed his face against my window and tried the door handle while I was still inside. The next morning, there was a tiny article on a local news site about an unidentified man found dead in a ditch off County Line Road. Believed to be struck by a vehicle, it said. No name, no photo. Just a time frame that matched the one on my dashboard clock. That was 6 years ago. I still see his face when I close my eyes some nights. I still hear the sound of metal hitting metal, that hollow punch of his body against the door. I still hear the little rattle the door made afterward, like something inside it had loosened and never went back where it belonged. I wish I could tell you that I did everything right, that I called the police with a clear head, that I told them every detail, that I stuck around and waited for them at the scene, that I testified in some courtroom, and the judge said I was justified, and I walked out with a clean conscience and a pat on the back. That is not how it went. I called 911, yes. I stammered through a panicked version of the story, and then I drove home anyway, because I was 24, and terrified and more worried about what my dad would say about his car than what might be lying in the road behind me. I answered some questions later, in a fluorescent lit room that smelled like burnt coffee and printer paper. I told the officers enough to make it sound like I had been scared, which was true. I left out just enough to make it sound like there was no point in digging any deeper, which was also, in a twisted way, true. I told myself a story that was easier to live with, that the man in the road was trying to hurt me, that he and his friend had set a trap, that the cart, the corn, the timing, all of it was predatory, that when I hit the gas pedal, it was self-defense, not abandonment. Most days, I can still convince myself of that. Most nights, I cannot. I live in a town with 3 different grocery stores. You would be surprised how noisy shopping carts are when you are listening for them. The squeal of a bad wheel, the hollow clatter over a crack in the pavement, the slam of a cart into one of those metal nests they leave in the parking lot. Every time I hear one, even in broad daylight, something in the center of my chest tightens, like a hand closing. I avoid driving anywhere that is not lit by something artificial. I plan my routes, so I stay near gas stations and strip malls and LED parking lot lamps. I turn down invitations if they might mean getting on a dark road after midnight. On the rare nights, I have no choice. I find myself gripping the wheel so hard my fingers ache, watching the edges of the beam for any shape that does not belong. I do not sleep well. That is probably obvious by now. I wake up at least twice a week from some near dream where I am back on that road, back at that curve, seeing the cart bloom out of the dark again. Sometimes, in those dreams, there is no one in the cornfield. Sometimes, there are more than two. Sometimes the person at my window is not the man from 2018 at all, but someone else I love, looking in with the same expression. Not angry, not pleading, just asking why. I am telling you all this instead of just jumping straight into the night it happened, because context matters. Horror stories online tend to start with a hook. Real fear, the kind that gets into your bones and stays, starts much quieter. It starts with small choices, an exit taken instead of ignored, a cart moved instead of left alone, a truth bent just enough to let you sleep that first night, and then again the next, until one day you realize your whole life is leaning in the direction of that lie. You asked on your channel for stories that feel true, even if nobody can ever prove it. This is the only thing I have that fits. Out in the hallway, someone in the building shuts a door. The sound travels through the walls and floors until it reaches me as a dull thump. A car goes by outside, headlights briefly painting a rectangle of light across the ceiling. The fridge behind me clicks and falls silent, and for a second the apartment feels hollow, like the air has been sucked out of it. That is when I hear it. Very faint. Somewhere below my window, or maybe farther away. Hard to tell, with the way sound bounces in this complex. A thin, stuttering metallic rattle. Not loud, not dramatic. Just the uneven roll of small wheels over rough pavement. It lasts for 3, maybe 4 seconds, then stops. My fingers lift from the keyboard. I hold my breath and listen. Nothing. No second pass. No follow-up clang. Just the HVAC fan starting again, pushing lukewarm air through the vent, and the distant hiss of tires on wet road 2 streets over. I tell myself it was a neighbor dragging their trash can to the curb late, or someone with a suitcase, or any of the 100 normal things it could have been. Then I put my hands back on the keys, open a new paragraph, and keep typing. Back in 2018, I was 24 and still living with my dad in a modest little house on the north side of Columbus. Our street was one of those quiet cul-de-sacs that all looked the same from a distance. Short driveways, matching mailboxes, the same 3 house designs copied around the circle. Every Tuesday, blue plastic trash cans lined the curb in a neat row. The neighbor across from us had a porch light that never went off. It was like a small, permanent moon over their empty front steps. There were always kids' bikes lying on their sides in that yard, helmets tossed near the bushes, as if the kids had simply evaporated mid-game. Inside, the house felt older than it looked outside. The carpet was tired beige, worn flat in the hallway where everyone walked. If you went barefoot, you could feel the slightly sticky spots near the couch where soda had spilled years ago and never really come out. The AC vents were loud enough that you had to raise the TV volume whenever the fan kicked on. The ductwork made this deep, breathy whoosh, like the house was exhaling. When Dad was home, the TV was always on some game: football, basketball, baseball, whatever was in season. The noise of commentators arguing and crowds roaring was just part of the air we lived in. The one thing in that house that still felt truly important to him sat in the driveway. It was a dark blue Chevy Camaro. Not brand new, not a showpiece, just a slightly older model he had bought used and then loved like it was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Every Sunday morning, if the weather was remotely decent, he would be out there with a bucket and a sponge, working slowly from roof to bumper while the rest of the street was still waking up. He waxed it a couple of times a year, circling the car with a folded microfiber cloth, his reflection warped in the paint. I grew up with the rules about that car: no speeding, no racing idiots in Hondas, no joyrides after midnight, no food in the car, full tank when you bring it back. Break one, and you did not see the keys again for a long time. I had heard the cautionary tales. The cousin who took it over 90 on the Beltway and got banned from driving it for a year. The coworker who scraped it on a parking garage pillar and never touched the door handle again. Somehow, I stayed on the good side of that ledger. When I borrowed it, I tried to be careful. Part of that was fear of losing the privilege, but part of it was that I really did love driving that thing. I liked the way the engine felt under my feet when I eased onto an on-ramp, the low growl that hummed through the steering wheel. I liked the way other drivers glanced over at lights. In a life that felt small and repetitive, same streets, same job, same bills, that car was the one thing that made me feel like I was going somewhere, even when I really was not. My job at the time was evenings at an electronics store in a strip mall just off I-71. We sold TVs, speakers, cheap cables, phone cases, all the forgettable pieces that keep people's more expensive toys working. My usual shift was 4 in the afternoon to 10 at night. By closing time, the store always smelled like warm plastic and stale air. Even when there were no customers, it was never quite quiet. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed in a high, thin tone that you stopped hearing only because it never went away. A wall of TV screens at the back looped the same demo reel. Bright sports highlights, waterfalls, smiling families, over and over. The audio never lined up perfectly, so there was always a faint echo, as if the world were repeating itself half a second behind. The store PA crackled every time someone paged a manager. In the laptop aisle, tiny fans whirred constantly, a soft mechanical hiss. It was a Friday night, the end of one of those weeks that feels longer than it should. We went through the closing routine almost on autopilot. Turn down half the lights, straighten the shelves, wipe greasy fingerprints off screens, run the registers. At 9:55 p.m., the pre-recorded "We are closing soon" announcement played over the speakers. At 10 sharp, we slid the glass door shut and listened to the motor grind as they met in the middle. "Wing place?" Mark asked, leaning his elbows on the counter. Mark worked in the back with inventory, a year older than me and perpetually about to quit any day now. He meant the sports bar at the far end of the strip mall, under a faded sign with a cartoon chicken that always looked surprised. Inside, the tables were sticky. The neon beer signs glowed in the windows, and the air smelled like fryer oil and hot sauce. TVs covered most of the wall space, all showing different games with the sound turned down low, so you only heard the collective murmur of crowds under the clatter of plates. I knew I should have said no. Dad's rules did not technically ban me from stopping somewhere on the way home, but there was an unspoken line about not pushing it when I had the Camaro. Still, it had been a long stretch of customers asking the same questions and managers pretending corporate emails were life or death. The thought of sitting alone in my room, listening to sports through the wall, versus sitting at a sticky table with coworkers and a basket of wings was not a hard comparison. "Yeah," I said. "One basket. Then I gotta head out." We clocked out, walked across the parking lot together, the night air warm and thick, the strip mall lights bleaching all the color out of the asphalt. For about an hour in that bar, the world shrank to cheap music from an old jukebox, stubborn sauce stains on the table, and the sting of buffalo sauce on my lips. I drank soda, not beer. I was not stupid enough to stack that on top of borrowing my dad's car. But I still felt loose in that tired way you get at the end of a long shift. At some point, I pulled my phone out and typed a quick text. "Might be late. Closing took longer. Taking the Camaro. I'll be quiet when I come in." I watched the little status change to "delivered." No typing bubbles appeared under it. No reply. I pictured him asleep in his recliner, with the TV still on, game murmuring to an audience of one. It made it easier to believe that silence meant fine instead of absolutely not. By the time we paid and stepped back out into the parking lot, most of the strip mall was dark. The nail salon, the mattress store, the little cell phone repair shop. All their signs were off, windows black. Only the bar behind us and a 24-hour pharmacy at the opposite end were still lit. A handful of cars remained scattered around the lot, leaving more empty space than metal. We split up with lazy waves and "see you tomorrows." My car was parked closer to the electronics store entrance, in a row that now looked strangely long with so many spaces empty. That was when I saw it. A shopping cart stood alone in the middle of the parking row, perfectly centered between two faded white lines. It was just a standard metal cart, the kind we wheeled around every day at work, but something about its position made it look deliberate. The overhead lamp cast a sharp shadow behind it. A thin grid of lines stretched over the concrete. For half a second, I just stared at it, feeling the same small, irrational annoyance I always did when people left carts wherever they felt like. Then Mark's voice cut across the quiet behind me. "They're gonna yell at you if you leave that there," he said, smirking. Before I could answer, he jogged past me, grabbed the handle, and started pushing the cart back toward the corral near the pharmacy. One of the front wheels was bad. I could hear it clearly from where I stood. It wobbled with every turn, slapping against the concrete in an uneven rhythm. Rattle, rattle, clack, rattle, rattle, clack. When he went over a crack in the pavement, the cart jumped and landed with a hollow metallic thunk that seemed louder than it should have in the mostly empty lot. The sound bounced off the dark glass of the storefronts and came back thinner, like an echo. It was nothing. Just a cart, a bad wheel, and a coworker doing what we were supposed to have done before we left. I had heard that exact noise 1,000 times without giving it a name. That night, for the first time, I noticed it. I watched the cart's shadow jitter and stutter along the concrete as Mark pushed it away, the rattling getting softer until it blended back into the hum of the lights and the far-off rush of the highway. Then I shook my head, unlocked the Camaro, and slid into the driver's seat, telling myself it had been a long day and I was just tired. At that point, it was still just a cool car and a long shift behind me. County Line Road, the cart in the dark, the man's face at my window. Those were all still waiting a few miles ahead. By the time I stepped out of the wing place, it was about 12:45 a.m. The rush had come and gone hours ago. The parking lot felt like a stage after the play is over. Just props and empty chairs left under tired lights. Most of the cars were gone. A couple of old pickup trucks sat hitched up near the back of the lot. Trailers angled like they had been dropped and forgotten. The windows of the other stores along the strip mall were dark. Black mirrors with faint reflections of the neon still burning over the bar's door. The bar sign itself was missing a few letters. One side of the red tubing flickered weakly, turning the mascot chicken into some kind of broken outline. Above everything, a single streetlight buzzed. I never noticed how loud those things were until I started closing the store and walking out into half-empty lots like this. The lamp hummed with a steady, electric whine that blended with the high-pitched chorus of bugs swirling around it. Every so often, one of them would hit the hot glass with a tiny suicidal tick that I could almost feel in my teeth. Off in the distance, past the edge of the plaza and the gas stations and the line of chain restaurants, the highway breathed. The sound was faint but constant, a soft rushing like waves breaking somewhere far away. If I closed my eyes, I could picture the red and white lines of headlights sliding past each other on I-71, people going places that mattered more than my short drive home. To my right, an ice machine outside the convenience store kicked on. The compressor rattled, then settled into a low drone as it spat another handful of cubes into the bin. The noise rose and fell, competing with the insects and the streetlight. Everything in that lot seemed to either buzz or hum. The world was made of machinery and small lives beating their wings against glass. The Camaro was parked a few rows closer to the electronics store's entrance, sitting under a different lamp that gave the paint a dull yellow sheen. From across the lot, it seemed to glow a little by itself, like it knew it did not belong in a place this cheap and tired. There was a small ritual to approaching it that I never really thought about until now. I walked up on the driver's side, keys already in my hand, my footsteps clicking dully on the concrete. I ran my fingers lightly along the top edge of the door as I came around the front corner, the way I always did, like I was reassuring the car I had come back. Stupid, I know, but it made me feel like I had some kind of connection to it beyond borrowing. The key fob button gave a soft plastic click under my thumb, and the car answered with a short chirp and a blink of the parking lights. The lock in the door made a solid, satisfying thunk as it popped up. There was weight to that handle when I pulled it. Metal that resisted just enough to remind you this wasn't some flimsy plastic commuter box. When I opened the door, the smell rolled out at me. Old leather, a hint of the pine air freshener clip Dad liked to hang on the vents, and something warm and faintly oily that all engines have. It smelled familiar, safe even. I dropped into the driver's seat, feeling the cushion give in the same familiar way under my weight. For a moment, I did not start the car. I just sat there, both hands resting on the wheel, listening to the muffled noises outside, the insects, the streetlight, the ice machine, the highway far off, and feeling how different it was on the other side of the glass. Inside the Camaro, everything was smaller, contained. The steering wheel was smooth under my palms, the dash curving around me like a cockpit. I liked the way the gauges glowed when the key turned, the numbers and dials lighting up in soft red and white. But I held off a beat, letting the silence settle first. After the chatter in the bar, after the PA system at work, the quiet felt like someone had finally turned the world down a few notches. Eventually, I slid the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine woke with a low rumble that I felt more than heard, a little shiver through the seat back and up into my shoulders. The battery lights blinked and went out, replaced by the steady glow of the speedometer and the talk. I checked the mirrors, checked the clock, 12:47, and told myself, for the first time that night, the lie I meant to keep. Straight home, I muttered under my breath. Dad will see the car in the driveway in 20 minutes. No drama. That was the plan. That was always the plan. Take the on-ramp to I-71 North. Merge into whatever lonely stream of trucks still moved at that hour. Run 10 or 15 minutes, then slide off at our exit and creep into the subdivision under a sky full of fake porch stars. The route was so automatic I could have done it half asleep. I probably had, once or twice. I put the car in gear, eased out of the spot, and steered toward the mall's exit lane. The tires made a soft, rubbery hiss over the worn concrete, then a deeper, softer sound as I crossed the patch of asphalt connecting the plaza to the main road. The light at the exit was green, hanging over the empty intersection like it had nothing better to do. The on-ramp to I-71 came up fast once I turned, a long, gentle curve under a row of streetlights. I gave the Camaro a little gas, not enough to be stupid, just enough to feel it respond. The sound of the engine thickened, a deeper growl that filled the cabin and pushed everything else away. I have to admit, part of me lived for that feeling. Just me and the car, and a strip of road pointed somewhere dark. Merging onto the highway, I saw only two sets of taillights ahead, little red dots drifting slowly away in the distance, and one pair of oncoming headlights far over in the southbound lanes. No clusters of cars, no brake light constellations, just long stretches of black in front and behind. The interstate at that hour felt less like a road and more like an empty hallway, lined with occasional reflective signs and the occasional dead animal darkening on the shoulder. I reached for the stereo out of habit, thumb hovering over the power button, and then pulled my hand back. I did not feel like music, or talk radio, or even the local news. I wanted the car itself to be the soundtrack. So I turned the volume completely down until the display showed 0 and left it there. The sound that took over was strangely soothing in its own way. The tires hummed as they rolled over expansion joints, each seam in the concrete sending a soft thump up through the chassis at regular intervals. The air pushed around the outside of the car, a steady rush that made a low, distant roar. Inside, the engine's murmur sat under it all like a low note held on an organ. Green exit signs appeared at the edge of the windshield and slipped overhead one by one, their lettering glowing briefly in the beams of my headlights before becoming backwards blurs in the rearview mirror. Cleveland, 120 MI. Polaris PKWY, County Road. I didn't really read them. I had seen them 100 times. The dashboard light washed my hands in a pale glow. The needle on the speedometer hovered just above the limit, steady. In the rearview mirror, my own eyes looked back at me, rimmed with the red of a long day's fatigue but otherwise calm. It was one of those rare, narrow windows where nothing hurt yet and nothing had gone wrong. That is what I think about sometimes now. How normal I felt in that exact moment. How boring everything was, right before it wasn't. I do not remember the number of the exit I was passing when I saw the memorial. It could have been the one before County Line, or the one after. My brain did not write down the text, just took a snapshot and filed it somewhere under uneasy. On the right shoulder, past the ripped-up remains of an old tire in a drift of gravel, a small cluster of shapes stood in my headlight's fringe. A simple wooden cross, the kind you can buy in a craft store. A spray of fake flowers tied around it, their colors washed out by the glare. Beside the cross, leaning at a slight angle, was what my brain interpreted, in that split second, as the bent frame of a shopping cart. The metal looked warped and crooked. One side collapsed in on itself, like it had been hit hard and then dragged off the main lanes and forgotten. The grid of wires caught the light in a pattern my eyes knew too well. For a moment, it really did look like the skeleton of a cart someone had pushed too far. Then it was gone, swallowed by darkness as I passed. I blinked hard and told myself it was probably just a broken guardrail or a twisted piece of something else. Some scrap of roadside trash my tired brain had forced into a familiar shape. The memorial was real enough. People die on these roads all the time. The cross and the flowers made sense. The cart did not. By the time my mind had finished arguing with itself, the exit sign associated with that little tableau was already behind me. I did not look back to see what it had said. I did not know, not yet, that the green reflective letters I had ignored belonged to the words County Line Road. I stayed on I-71, pointing the nose of the Camaro north like I had done so many times that summer. The city thinned out behind me, the clusters of orange streetlights giving way to longer stretches of sheer dark, broken only by the occasional overpass. Out here, just after midnight, the highway felt less like part of Columbus and more like a concrete river running past it, carrying whatever could not sleep somewhere else. The smell of warmed asphalt seeped faintly through the vents, mixed with an underlying hint of exhaust that never fully leaves a major road. Above me, the sky should have been full of stars, but the light from the city smeared everything out into a grayish haze. A few bright points punched through near the horizon, but mostly it was just a low dome of dirty light pressing down on the empty lanes. For a while, I was content to just exist in that space. There is something weirdly calming about those stretches, where you are one of the only cars out. The two semi-trucks I had seen when I merged were far ahead of me now, their taillights tiny red dots slowly sliding toward some distant exit. In my rear view, the road rolled away in a long, smooth curve of black and white, completely empty. It was the kind of emptiness that makes you feel like the last awake person in the state. My body had that specific end-of-shift buzz to it. The caffeine from the soda at the bar sat awkwardly on top of the heaviness of fried food in my stomach. My eyes burned just a little from the long day under fluorescent lighting, but not enough to blur the world. I was not fully tired, not yet. Just aware that sleep was somewhere on the horizon, a thing I would eventually arrive at if I followed the line of my routine. My head, of course, did not want to follow any line. It drifted in circles. Rent coming due in a week. The way the freezer at work kept making that loud popping noise, and we all pretended not to hear it. The look on my dad's face the last time he'd said, "You cannot live here forever, you know." I thought about how small my life felt when you mapped it. House to job, job to house. Occasionally to the grocery store or the gas station. A handful of exits on one highway and a few surface streets. The one thing that did not feel small was wrapped around me right then. The car. When you are driving something like a Camaro, your life can still suck, but the way you move through it feels upgraded. It was the one part of my world that drew reactions. People looked at it. People nodded at it at red lights. People noticed. Sometimes it felt like the car had a life that I was just borrowing, like I was a temporary character in its story instead of the other way around. Maybe that is why the thought came. At first, it was just an itch in the back of my brain, a wordless dissatisfaction with the straightness of the lanes in front of me. The highway was too clean, too planned. 2 or 3 wide ribbons with polite stripes and smooth, gradual curves you could take half asleep. Cruise control roads. Roads designed to be forgotten the moment you leave them. The Camaro did not feel like a cruise control car. It wanted to do something else. Or maybe I just wanted it to. I caught myself thinking about those POV driving videos people post. The ones where someone straps a camera to their head and takes a mountain road at just under stupid speed. Night runs through tight bends, guardrails flashing inches from the door, engines screaming. I used to watch them at 3 in the morning with headphones on, feel my palms sweat even though I was just lying still. The road under me now felt nothing like that. It was polite, endless, a treadmill made of concrete. The expansion joints would come at neat intervals, each one giving off a soft thump as the tires rolled over it. Thud, thud, thud. Like a heartbeat you were not allowed to change the rhythm of. At first, that rhythm soothed me. Then gradually, it started to irritate me. Every time the car whispered over one of those seams, I felt the sameness of it. There was no variation, no surprise, just the same muted bump under the same gentle steering correction. My hands tightened slightly on the wheel. I reached out and turned the AC fan down a click. The air still moved, but more lazily now. The change in volume made the rest of the sounds in the cabin shift. The engine's low hum grew more present, a constant note under everything else. The hiss of the tires on the asphalt sharpened. The expansion joint thumps more distinct. Without the fan rushing in my ears, the silence between those mechanical noises lengthened in a way that felt unnatural. The itch in my head turned into a thought with words. This is too straight. It did not make sense. Straight is safe. Straight means getting home. But some other part of me was already painting a different picture. A narrow 2-lane cutting through fields. No street lights. Just the Camaro's beams arcing from side to side as I took real curves. No one else around. No lane markings worn into grooves by thousands of commuter tires. Just fresh, dark pavement and whatever lay beyond its edges. You could feel the car that way, I told myself. Really feel it. See what it could do without worrying about traffic. 10, 15 minutes tops. Take a back way home. Roll back into the subdivision from the other side. Dad would still see the car in the driveway in the morning and grumble about nothing more than gas money. The picture expanded. I almost saw it hovering in front of me, projected onto the windshield. A green exit sign flashing past, a curve down onto a smaller road, cornfields on both sides like dark walls. Me alone out there with the engine, the tires, the night. The expansion joints kept counting off time under me like a metronome. Thud, thud, thud. Each one felt more and more like a nudge. Go somewhere else. I shifted in my seat, jaw tight, fighting the urge with the part of me that had heard my dad's rules my whole life. Don't be stupid. Go home. Highways are safer. People die on back roads at night. You know that. But I also knew this stretch of I-71 so well I could have timed it by breathing. I knew every billboard, every overhead sign, every spot where the pavement changed color. The safety of it had turned into a kind of suffocating boredom. My mind started dressing the urge up as logic. A quick detour would wake me up. Curves would keep me alert. Boredom causes accidents too, right? I was doing the sensible thing. Ahead, the green glow of another exit sign appeared, distant, but climbing slowly up the horizon line. I could not read it yet, but my chest tightened anyway, as if some part of me already knew which one it was. Before it reached me, a pair of headlights bloomed in the opposite lanes, coming toward me from the south. There was nothing unusual about them, just another car, another insomniac or night shift worker or drunk heading home. But as they drew even with me, something happened that made my hands tighten briefly on the wheel. They flashed their high beams at me. It was quick, just a double blink. Bright, dim, the universal language of the road. Normally that means cop ahead, or lights off, or get out of the left lane, idiot. I reflexively glanced down at my own controls. Headlights on? Yes. High beams off? Yes. Turn signals normal. Speed? A little over the limit, but nothing insane. There was no patrol car sitting in the median that I could see. By the time I looked back up, the other car had already passed, its taillights shrinking into the dark, nothing but a memory of that brief flare still lingering in my eyes. I watched it go in the rearview mirror until it curved away behind a noise barrier and I lost it. Maybe they were warning me about a cop around the bend, and I just missed him. Maybe they were bored. Maybe it was some misclick on their stalk, their hand slipping. That is what I told myself. Still, the timing of it hit wrong. 1 second I was quietly thinking about how the highway was too straight, how I wanted to turn off it, and the next second some stranger's lights were pulsing in my face like a visual, hey. It felt irrationally like a question. You sure? I rolled my shoulders, forcing a breath out through my teeth, and looked ahead again. The green exit sign had crawled closer in the meantime, the letters beginning to sharpen in the wash of my headlights. I squinted, reading them as the words came into focus. Exit 131, County Line RD, 1 mile. The itch in the back of my skull flared. The straight, safe lanes of I-71 stretched out ahead like a taped-off path. Somewhere to the right, beyond that sign, beyond the guardrail, and the gentle drop of the ramp, something else waited. A smaller road, fewer rules. I tightened my grip on the wheel. The expansion joints kept ticking away under my tires, measuring out the seconds I had left to decide which kind of night this was going to be. The green sign crept closer, one reflective rectangle floating in the black. Exit 131, County Line RD, 1 mile. I had been this way before, but only once, and during the day. I remembered it in vague, disconnected pieces, driving some back way with my dad when construction had choked up the main route. The Camaro rolling past long fields and sagging barns. The sense of being just outside the edge of the city, where the suburbs give up and the farmland refuses to die. County Line Road, as the name suggests, sits right where one thing becomes another. Back then, in sunlight, it had seemed harmless. A little narrow, maybe. A little bumpy. But nothing worse than a shortcut through corn and soybeans. I remembered my dad saying something like, "You can cut over this way. Come in behind the subdivision. Just do not do it at night. Too many drunks and deer." That warning drifted up from memory now and hung there in my head, thin and weak against the louder voice building steam in the present. Go straight home, no trouble. The thought was clear, logical. If I stayed on the highway, I could be in my driveway in 10, 15 minutes tops. I would roll in, park, lock up, creep through the front door, trying not to wake anybody. Dad might grunt at me if he woke up and heard me, but the car would be safe, and the night would go back to being just another Friday. Or I could take one quick detour, 10 to 15 minutes the other way. Let the Camaro do what it was built to do. Let myself have that feeling from those videos, just a little bit, but with the volume turned down. No cameras, no internet points, just me and a blacktop ribbon with some personality. The urge that had started as a small itch grew sharper with each second. It did not feel like a voice telling me to do something stupid. It felt like a hand on my shoulder, gently guiding, saying, "You will be fine. You know this road. You have done it before." I glanced at the dashboard clock again. 12:54 a.m. If I took the exit and looped around, I might be home by 1:10, 1:15 at the latest. What was the difference? 10 minutes? 15? Dad would not know which direction I had come from. The fuel gauge sat just under 3/4 of a tank. Plenty. "Do not be dramatic," I said out loud, to no one. Talking to myself in the car was a habit that had snuck up on me during long, late shifts. At first, it had been just muttered curses at other drivers. Eventually, it had turned into one-sided conversations, little pep talks, half jokes I would throw at the empty passenger seat. Now I heard my voice bounce off the glass and the dashboard. "One back road is not going to kill you." The exit sign loomed big and bright, filling more of the windshield. I flicked my turn signal on. The ticking sound from the stalk suddenly felt very loud in the quiet cabin, like a metronome marking the precise beats of my decision. Tick. You could stay on. Tick. Or you could turn. I checked my mirrors. No one was in the right lane behind me. The nearest headlights ahead were still far off. There was no practical reason not to move over. So I did. I eased the wheel to the right, felt the car slide smoothly into the exit lane. A broken white line appeared under my left front fender and then drifted away. The main flow of I-71 stayed straight, gliding past the ramp's mouth. The second my tires crossed onto the beginning of the off-ramp, something changed in the car's voice. The texture of the road was different here. Older, rougher, less loved. The smooth hum of the interstate gave way to a slightly harsher vibration through the steering column. I could hear the difference with my hands as much as with my ears. Overhead, the good, bright highway lamps gave up their watch. The off-ramp had to make do with a couple of tired sodium lights, one of which was half dead. The first one I passed under bathed the hood in a sickly orange flare. The second flickered once, buzzing angrily, as though offended that anyone still used this exit at this hour. After that, there was just darkness, the glow from the main lanes already fading behind me. The green sign that had been my countdown marker now loomed directly above, mounted on its metal posts like a verdict. Exit 131, County Line RD. I passed under it, watched it tilt out of sight in the rearview mirror, and felt that small, irreversible click in my chest that comes with any commitment. Too late to pretend you did not choose. The ramp curved down and right, hugging the side of an unseen embankment. The outside edge dropped off into a black, nothing I knew was just grass and ditch, and eventually trees. But in my headlights, it looked like the edge of the world. The guardrail caught and returned that light in a dull, ghostly silver streak. At the bottom of the ramp, a stop sign waited where the ramp met County Line Road. No other cars, no cross traffic, just an empty intersection marked by 4 red octagons and a lonely patch of reflective paint. The Camaro rolled to a smooth stop, brakes sighing, engine idling in a low, patient rumble. I looked left and right. Both directions were just 2 thin lines of asphalt disappearing into walls of darkness. No streetlights, no house lights close enough to break it. Only my own beams cut into the black, catching a faint glimmer off something metal in the distance that could have been a mailbox, a road sign, or nothing at all. "Okay," I whispered. "It's fine. This loops back around." The road itself was a narrower, more intimate thing than the interstate. Its surface was patched in places, old cracks spiderwebbing under fresh tar like veins. As I turned right onto it and pressed the gas, the car's tires made a lower, softer sound, more like a murmur than a hum. The ditches on either side were deep, their bottoms hidden under tall grass. What made it feel tight, though, were the fields. On both sides of the road, rows of corn rose up like walls. In the beams of my headlights, the stalks showed as a dense, whispery tangle of leaves and pale stems, taller than a man and packed so close together that no light passed between them. Beyond the first few rows, there was nothing. Just the suggestion of endless depth and the faint ghost of movement when the wind brushed across the tops. My headlights carved a bright tunnel in all that black. Every mailbox post that stood at the edge of someone's hidden driveway popped briefly into existence as a pale vertical slash and then vanished behind me. The occasional wooden fence post did the same, each one standing like a marker for a life I could not see from the road. "It's fine," I said again, louder this time. "I went this way once. It loops back around." Saying it helped. The sound of my own voice grounded me in the car, reminded me that I existed as more than just a pair of eyes floating behind glass. I found myself narrating small things to no one. "Nice and easy," I muttered as I took a gentle bend. "No deer, no cops, you're good." Stupid little phrases, but they made the air feel less empty. The Camaro seemed to like it out here. With no other cars around, the engine note felt cleaner, more direct. I did not have to worry about staying politely within a pack or getting boxed in. It was just me, the speedometer, and a line of faded yellow paint telling me where the middle was. I let the car drift a little faster, just enough to feel the weight shift when I steered. Up ahead, somewhere in the darkness, something small caught my eye on the right-hand side of the road, a vertical sliver of white that grabbed light differently than the rest of the world and tossed it back at me. From a distance, my brain slotted it into a familiar category before I could question it: a roadside marker. The kind of little white post they sometimes put near culverts or driveways, or the kind of improvised stake that holds a memorial bouquet upright. I felt a faint, involuntary tightening in my chest, a memory of the cross and the maybe cart back on the interstate shoulder. Out here, away from all the guardrails and medians, the idea of something marking a spot felt heavier. As I drew closer, the shape resolved into its reality. It was not a manufactured marker at all, just a crooked stick someone had jabbed into the dirt at the road's edge with a strip of reflective tape wrapped around the top. The tape was old and wrinkled, peeling in places, but it still caught my headlights and flared bright for a second as I passed. Up close, it was nothing, a DIY reflector to keep someone from backing into a ditch, a farm kid's solution to a problem. practical even. But as it slid by my window and vanished, the image of it clung to me the way some smells do. Crooked wood, scuffed white tape, that flash of artificial white in all the natural dark. I could not shake the feeling that I had driven past a grave without looking at the name. County Line Road settled around me like water closing over a stone. The farther I got from the highway, the more the air seemed to change. The smell inside the car shifted, even with the windows up and the vents set to recirculate. It was subtle at first, a hint of damp earth cutting through the lingering notes of leather and air freshener. Then, as the fields on either side stretched on, that smell deepened. Wet dirt cooling after a hot day. The green, almost sweet odor of corn stalks packed close together and sweating in the dark. The road itself told on its age through the wheel. The Camaro rode smooth on the interstate, like gliding over a polished table. Out here, the surface was patchwork. I could feel each repair, each shallow dip and raised scar, as a faint tremor under my hands. The steering wheel vibrated just enough to be noticeable, like the car was purring with a quiet throat clearing instead of a full growl. Outside, everything except the car retreated into one long, unbroken black. No glow from strip malls, no clusters of streetlights, just my own headlights tunneling forward and the occasional distant pinprick of a farmhouse lamp somewhere off the road. The silence should have been comforting. Instead, it made every sound the car produced feel magnified, too loud for the space it occupied. The engine's steady rumble, which had blended into background noise on the highway, now sat front and center in my ears. It filled the cabin, a low, constant note that never quite changed pitch. Beyond the glass, crickets screamed. There is no other word for it. Their chirping to either side of the road was so intense that it blurred into a single high, hissing line. Because the windows were up, it came through muted, as if someone had turned the crickets down to static and set them behind the walls. Occasionally, beneath that hiss, I picked out another noise, a dog barking far away, muffled and lonely, quickly swallowed by the insects again. As the minutes ticked by, I realized what bothered me most. Other than the Camaro, nothing moved in my world. The corn swayed slightly in the night breeze, but I only knew that because the tops of the stalks shifted when my headlights brushed them. My ears did not catch any rustling. The sky above the road stayed a uniform, starless gray-black. No other headlights appeared in my mirrors. No oncoming beams pushed at my vision from ahead. It was just me and this strip of patched asphalt, a single steel bubble rolling through a landscape that did not acknowledge it. That realization brought with it a strange, reckless calm. There was no one to impress, no one to annoy, no one to get in my way. For the first time all night, the urge that had dragged me off the interstate felt justified. I gave the Camaro a little more gas. Not a lot, just enough to feel the shift. The front lifted a fraction of an inch. The hum under my feet thickened, and the trees at the edges of my vision flowed past a touch faster. The road ahead curved gently to the left and then back to the right, the beginning of the S-bends I half remembered from that daytime drive. I steered into the first one, feeling the car's weight lean just slightly as the tires traced the turn. The sensation was familiar and weirdly intimate, like dancing with someone you already knew the steps with. The second curve came up right after, the opposite direction, and I flowed into it with a little more confidence. The tires held. The suspension absorbed the unevenness without complaining. The engine purred approval. For a few seconds, nothing existed except the line I was carving between the ditches. I glanced at the digital clock on the dashboard as I straightened out of the turn. 1:02 a.m. The numbers glowed a cool blue, the colon blinking like a slow heartbeat. I did some lazy math in my head. If the road stayed like this, I could loop back toward town and still be home by 1:15. 10, maybe 12 minutes more of this. Then my bed, my ceiling, and the murmur of the TV coming through the shared wall if Dad had fallen asleep in the living room again. The mental image of that familiar domestic scene sat oddly over the present one, like two photos overlaid. My father, snoring in his chair, me threading a dark two-lane between cornfields. They did not belong to the same night. Up ahead, a break in the corn announced a driveway before I could see the house it belonged to. The gravel cut across the ditch in a lighter-colored strip. Pale stones spread wide. A wooden post with a rusting mailbox leaned at one corner. Beyond that, perched a little back from the road, a farmhouse crouched in the dark. Only one porch light burned, a weak yellow bulb above the front steps that carved a triangle onto the peeling siding. The paint on the house had given up years ago. Even in my headlight's brief glance, I could see it flaking in long, curling strips. A pickup truck sat in the yard rather than in a proper driveway, parked crooked, its bed full of unidentifiable shapes under a tarp that sagged with collected rainwater. For half a second, as I approached, I thought I saw someone standing at the edge of that yard, near where the gravel met the road. A narrow shape, upright, the hint of shoulders. My breath hitched. I flicked my eyes to the rearview mirror as I passed, expecting to catch a clearer glimpse. Under the dim porch light and the sweep of my taillights, the figure resolved into what it had probably been all along. A fence post, taller than the others around it, with a rag of cloth or plastic flapping from the top. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding and rolled my shoulders, embarrassed with myself, even though no one was there to see. "Get a grip," I murmured. "It's just corn and old people. Relax." The road did not exactly respond, but it did seem to close in a little after that. It narrowed, not by much, a foot here, a few inches there, but enough that I noticed the ditches on either side had less forgiveness in them. The faded yellow center line felt closer to my left knee. The cornfields crowded the shoulders more tightly, their first rows now only a few feet from the edge of the asphalt. The sensation of being in a tunnel intensified. My headlights no longer had room to flare out much. They painted a clean, white strip straight ahead, bordered hard by black walls of stalks. When the wind stirred them, the tops of the corn bent and swayed, their shadows jumping in a way that made it look, for a moment, like something was moving just beyond the range of my vision. At one point, I saw a faint cloud rise up from the road in front of me, a thin veil of dust hanging in the beams. It swirled lazily, like smoke when the car's air pushed it back. For a second, I wondered where it had come from. Maybe another car had passed this way not long before, its tires grinding up loose grit from the shoulder. Maybe a truck had dragged something. By the time I drove through it, the dust had already started to settle and join the dark again, leaving no sign it was ever there. The combination of smells, damp soil, corn, old asphalt, intensified with the narrowing of the space. It found its way more insistently through the vents, intruding on the controlled environment inside the Camaro. I could taste it a little on the back of my tongue, like I had licked a stone. Somewhere off to my right, a dog barked again. 3 short, sharp barks, then silence. No light flicked on in the farmhouse windows I could see. No porch door opened. The sound came and went like a stone dropped into a well. I realized then how completely alone I was. No lights in my mirrors, no glow of other roads intersecting with this one. Just the endless, repetitive rhythm of faded lines and corn and mailboxes flicking in and out of my world. The next curve was shallow, a lazy right-hand bend that I could have taken with my eyes closed. I did not, obviously, but there was a moment in the middle of it where my mind drifted a little, where the motions of my hands and feet felt automatic. The car followed the arc it should have, everything in balance. And then, right at the tail end of that curve, something changed under the tires. It was not dramatic, not the jarring crash of a pothole or the sickening lurch of hitting an animal, just the faintest bump. A subtle lift and drop that traveled up through the seat and into my spine in a way that did not match any of the patched cracks I had felt so far. There was a sound with it too, a soft, hollow thunk that seemed to come from directly below the driver's side, as if I had rolled over a small, rigid object resting exactly in the middle of my lane. Too solid to be a clump of dirt, too clean to be loose gravel. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. For half a second, I considered easing off the gas and pulling over to the shoulder, such as it was, to see what I had driven over. But the thought of stopping the car in that narrow, dark corridor, with the corn leaning in on both sides and no other lights around, made my skin crawl. Instead, I flicked my eyes to the rearview mirror, looking for a hint. A dark shape in the road, a glint of something catching my taillights. Anything. The mirror showed me nothing but black. The road behind was a featureless void, my red brake lights bleeding into it without touching anything. The curve I had just taken erased whatever corners might have held clues. Just a crack, I told myself. Just bad pavement. The engine kept its steady note. The crickets kept hissing. The Camaro rolled on. But long after the physical sensation of that bump faded from my body, the sound of it, the exact pitch and hollowness of that thunk, kept replaying in my head, as if someone had hit the bottom of my car with the heel of their hand. There was a stretch of county line I half remembered from that daytime drive with my dad. He had pointed at it with his chin, while one hand rested on the top of the wheel, casual as anything. "Watch this part at night," he'd said. "Corn on both sides, no shoulder. People think it's a racetrack until something jumps out." In the daylight, it had just been another curious bend. The road did a soft S-curve, first one way, then the other, tucked between 2 fields that looked like green oceans. There was no real shoulder to speak of, just a weak suggestion of extra asphalt that gave up quickly to ditch and then straight into stalks. I remembered seeing a mowed strip along the edge, the grass cut short where the county must have taken a pass with some big machine, and thinking it looked like someone had given the road a shaved head. Coming up on it now, in the dark, all of that came back in pieces. A vague unease, an awareness that I was approaching that part. The corn on both sides seemed to lean a little closer, the tunnel narrowing. The air in the car felt thicker, like I had turned the vents down, even though I had not touched them. The first curve announced itself not with a sign, but with the way the road markings shifted in my headlights. The yellow center line began to bow gently, tilting left. The edges of the pavement slid away from their straight path. I eased the wheel to follow, feeling the Camaro respond, the front end nosing into the bend as if it had been waiting for something interesting to do. My headlights swept across the wall of corn, revealing and then erasing each stalk in a smooth, sideways motion. For a moment, it really did feel like I was moving through a corridor that was alive. Thousands of thin bodies standing shoulder to shoulder, watching me pass. The beam of light carved through them, and they took turns stepping out of shadow, only to sink back into it again behind me. The wheel felt almost weightless in my hands. I was not fighting the turn. I was guiding it, fingertips tight enough to control, but loose enough to let the car tell me what it wanted. The tires hummed a little louder as the curve tightened, rubber edges pressing into the worn asphalt. Somewhere under the front left, a small bit of gravel snapped and popped, a tiny, sharp sound that flicked up through the floorboard. I straightened out of the first bend and saw the second part of the S starting ahead, this time curving the other way. The road glowed in front of me, two narrow bands of white light defining the path. Everything beyond them swallowed whole. The Camaro glided toward that second curve, engine revving just a hair more as I held my foot steady on the pedal. There was a rhythm to it, a kind of hypnotic lull, left, straight, right, that made the earlier tension fade for a few seconds. Then everything happened at once. It is hard to explain the difference between seeing and understanding when you are going 50 miles an hour in the dark. Your eyes register shapes and light before your brain assigns them meaning. For maybe half a second, what appeared in my lane ahead was just an interruption in the pattern of gray and black, a metallic tangle of lines, a glitch in the smooth fabric of the road. Then my mind snapped the pieces together. Shopping cart. It was dead center in my lane, maybe 25 feet ahead, exactly where my headlights were aiming as I entered the start of the second curve. A regular, full-size cart, the kind you see lined up in corral nests outside grocery stores, except this one was alone and horribly out of context. The wire frame caught the light on every edge, drawing a harsh white grid in front of me. The little fold-out child seat was flipped up, the way it is when nobody is using it. The front wheels were turned slightly to the side, as if the cart had been left mid-pivot. Along the handlebar, a faint blue plastic strip bore a logo my brain automatically filled in. Kroger. Kroger was nowhere near here. I did not have time to think about that. My body moved before the facts lined up. My right foot came off the gas and slammed down on the brake so fast that my ankle jolted. The pedal sank and then pushed back as the ABS kicked in, a grinding, frantic shudder vibrating up through my leg. The tires screamed, a high, desperate squeal that tore the night open. I felt the back end of the car twitch for a fraction of a second as the momentum fought the braking. The seatbelt yanked across my chest, biting into my sternum and locking hard. Everything inside the car reacted to the sudden stop in its own way. Loose coins in the cup holder rattled and jumped, clinking against each other. The half-empty soda bottle in the console tipped and smacked into the plastic, sloshing sticky liquid up under the cap. My phone slid forward off the passenger seat and thumped against the glove box, screen flashing once as it went dark. Outside, the smell of burning rubber punched into the cabin, hot and chemical. Riding in on air forced through the vents by sheer deceleration. The front end of the Camaro dipped, nose lowering as if bowing toward the cart in some sick apology. The world compressed into a tunnel, Headlights, cart, me. Everything else ceased to exist. The car shuddered to a stop with a final jarring hop. For a split second, it felt like my insides kept moving even though the chassis had frozen. My hands, welded to the wheel, tingled. My ribs ached from where the belt had dug in. Somewhere in the dashboard, a piece of plastic rattled twice and then settled. The shopping cart stood right in front of me, maybe a yard or two from the bumper. Too close, close enough that if I let the car roll even a foot, I would tap it. It stood perfectly still, casting long, angular shadows back toward me. My hazard lights, tripped by the force of the stop or by some instinctive flick of my fingers on the stalk, I honestly do not remember which, started ticking. The rapid clicking filled the cabin, a high, impatient beat that matched the thud of my pulse. Outside, the amber indicators flashed in front and back, painting the cart in alternating pulses of orange and white. I could see what looked like steam, or maybe smoke rising from the front of the car. It moved lazily in the beams, pale strands writhing upward from where the brakes had just been tortured. For a crazy second, I imagined the car itself exhaling, panting from the exertion. I did not move. I sat there, locked in place, both feet braced, fingers cramped around the wheel, staring at the stupid, impossible object that had almost killed me for no reason. My breathing came in short, ragged pulls, loud in the crowded silence of the cabin. Each inhale made my chest twinge where the belt had struck. I could feel my heartbeat everywhere. Throat, temples, the tips of my fingers. The cart was just a cart. That was the hardest part to accept in that moment. It was not glowing. It was not floating. It was not smeared with horror movie gore or surrounded by ominous fog. It was a regular metal shopping cart, the same kind I had watched Mark push across the strip mall lot earlier that night. Its wire frame was a little bent in places, sure. Seen up close like this, every imperfection showed. One of the front wheels sat at an odd angle, turned slightly inward, as if it had taken a hit or been forced too long in the wrong direction. The plastic panel with the logo on the front looked scuffed and faded, like it had been out in the sun too many summers. And then there were the streaks. Under the harsh, bluish glare of my headlights, I noticed them along the cart's metal bars. At first, my brain cataloged them as rust, the kind of brownish discoloration you get when carts are left outside in the rain for weeks. But rust usually blooms in irregular patches, spreading from joints and edges. These streaks were different. They were longer, more vertical, running down the bars instead of spreading across them. Some of them curved slightly, like the drag of fingers. On the child seat flap, there were a couple of marks that almost lined up with where a small hand would grip when pulling the seat open or closed. Could have been old dirt. Could have been grease, spilled soda dried down in runs. Anything. My rational mind knew that. Stores leave carts out in parking lots. Kids climb on them. People push them through slush, salt, God knows what. They pick up stories on their metal without anyone caring. But in that moment, with the engine idling in a low, restless rumble, and the hazards ticking and the smell of scorched rubber still sharp in my nose, those dark streaks arranged themselves into something else entirely. They looked, very briefly, like handprints. For a few seconds, the only thing I could do was stare at the cart and listen to my own breathing. It felt like my body had slammed the brakes, survived, and then forgotten what came after survival. The first clear thought that cut through the fog was stupidly simple. Just back up, go around it, go home. It sounded so easy in my head. Put the car in reverse, give myself some distance, swing wide into the other lane, pass the cart, and leave this whole weirdness behind. I would be telling the story later at work like it was a joke. Some idiot left a shopping cart in the middle of County Line Road. Almost killed me. Everybody would groan and say people suck. Life would move on. The second thought came right behind it, colder and sharper. If someone else hits it and dies, that is on you. It was like a voice that had been waiting for years for an opportunity to say something that mean. I pictured an old pickup, like the one back at the farmhouse, coming around that bend a little too fast, drunk or just tired. No time to brake. No ABS. The cart goes under the front bumper. The truck yaws, flips. Maybe there are kids in the back seat. Maybe it is some guy just trying to get back from a night shift. And when the police report says obstruction in road, it has a shape and a size that looks a lot like what is in my headlights right now. I swallowed hard, tasting the sour burn of old hot sauce at the back of my throat. Come on, I muttered. Do the grown-up thing. I slid the gear shift into reverse. The indicator on the dashboard flipped from D to R with a soft, smug click. My foot eased off the brake. The car rolled back an inch, then another. The motion strange after the violent stop. I watched the cart in front of me lift away a little as the distance widened. The rearview mirror showed me what I could not see when I had been staring straight ahead. The curve I had just taken still bent off into the dark behind me, a hollow crescent carved out of corn and nothing. The red glow of my taillights painted a small, bloody smear on the asphalt right at the edge of my vision, and then surrendered to black. There was no decent shoulder to speak of, just a rough suggestion of extra pavement before the ground fell into the ditch. I eased back a few more feet, the car creeping. The sensation of moving blind into the curve, not knowing if someone might be coming the other way, made my neck prickle. All it would take was one other vehicle taking the bend too fast, trusting the road to be empty like I had. They would not see me until they were too close. My little attempt at solving the cart problem could just turn into a different kind of crash. I put my foot down on the brake again. The car rocked slightly, settling. "This is worse," I said out loud. "This is actually worse." My hands were shaking now, just a little. I could feel it most in my right hand, where it rested on the gear shift. I dropped the car into park, and the jolt of the transmission locking into place felt final in a way the earlier stop hadn't. Like I had killed forward momentum on purpose this time, not just out of reflex. The hazards were still on, ticking loudly. It was a tiny sound in the grand scheme of things, but in that narrow cabin, in that much darkness, it felt like someone knocking politely on a door over and over. The engine idled louder than it should have, a rough, restless thrum that vibrated the steering wheel and my seat back. Outside, the crickets had not stopped their endless shrieking, but their noise had dropped into the background of my awareness, just a constant blanket of static. Over it, my own pulse thundered in my ears. Every heartbeat seemed to echo in my skull. I realized that if I sat here arguing with myself much longer, I would either pass out or drive away and spend the rest of my life wondering if someone died because I was a coward. So I did the thing I had been quietly terrified of since the moment I almost hit that cart. I opened the door. The latch clicked, the seal broke, and a wave of outside air rolled in. It was warmer than the inside of the car, soaked with the smell of damp soil and cut vegetation, and my own burnt brakes. The sound of the crickets surged in with it, suddenly sharp instead of muffled. They filled my head like static cranked up too far. I swung my legs out. The heat from the engine washed over my shins, a radiating warmth coming off the front of the car. When my sneakers hit the edge of the pavement, the ground felt strangely unsteady. Gravel at the very lip of the road crunched under my soles, tiny stones sliding and popping as they settled under my weight. Standing up made me feel suddenly exposed, like I had just stepped out of a safe, armored box into a place that had no rules. The Camaro's open door loomed beside me like a shield I had abandoned. The headlights threw a hard, white glare over the cart and the few yards of road around it, but everything beyond that circle remained pitch black. The fields were nothing but a flat, breathing wall of sound. I took a breath that felt too shallow and forced myself to walk forward. Each step was small, careful, an awareness of the edge of the asphalt on my right where it dropped into the ditch. My shadow, long and highly defined, slid under the car and then stretched past it as I moved, my head and shoulders warping across the cart's metal frame. Up close, the smell of burnt rubber was even stronger. It clung to the air like the ghost of something that had been on fire a minute ago. Underneath it, I could still smell the corn and the earth, that deep, cool scent rising from the ditches and fields. The cart itself was exactly what it had looked like from behind the wheel. A plain, metal shopping cart. There were no bags inside it, no abandoned groceries, no beer cans or soda bottles rolling around. The basket was completely empty, save for a few dry leaves crumpled into one corner and a small, twisted strip of plastic that might have been a torn wrapper. The handlebar had the same faint blue plastic strip I'd seen before. Kroger, white letters peeling at the edges. The nearest Kroger from here, as far as I knew, was by the highway, back where I had started my night. It was miles away. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to get this stupid thing out here. One of the front wheels was bent slightly inward. From the side, the cart had a tiny lean to it, like an old man favoring a bad hip. When I lifted my foot and nudged that wheel gently with my shoe, it wobbled and squeaked. I did not want to touch it with my hands. I could not have explained exactly why. Maybe it was those vague, hand-shaped streaks I had noticed earlier, or just the fact that this object did not belong in this place. But if I was going to move it, I had to. Come on, I told myself quietly. It's just metal. I wrapped my fingers around the handle. The metal was warm from the heat of my headlights and the lingering warmth of the day. It was not smooth the way you might expect. My skin caught on tiny rough spots where the coating had chipped away. There was a faint tackiness under my palm, too. The ghost of something spilled long ago and never properly washed away. For half a second, standing there with my hands on that handle, I had an absurd image. Like I had just taken hold of a hospital bed or a gurney, something meant to be pushed along sterile corridors under fluorescent lights. The road under my feet felt wrong for it, like the setting and the prop did not match. I pushed. The cart moved reluctantly at first, the bent wheel resisting. The others rolled more easily, but the bad one snagged at the pavement, scraping with a thin, metallic protest. Then it found its rhythm. The classic shopping cart wobble started, a rapid, uneven rattle that echoed up the handle and into my bones. The sound did not fit out here. In a parking lot, Under high lights and with cars and voices all around, that rattle is just part of the noise. In the middle of a dark country road at 1 in the morning, sandwiched between tall corn and a narrow ditch, it was obscene. It bounced off the empty air and came back at me doubled, too big for the space. I kept pushing, steering the cart off to the right, toward the strip of mowed ground between the asphalt and the wall of stalks. Each small stone it hit sent a different note up through the frame. Clack, rattle, clack. The thing vibrated so much, I thought for a second it might shake itself apart. Almost there, I muttered, more to myself than to the cart, as if it were a stubborn animal I was coaxing off the road. I was maybe 2-3 steps from getting it completely out of the lane when I heard another sound. At first, my brain filed it under the same category. Cart noise, a squeak, a rattle. But then the pattern registered. It was not coming from under my hands. Somewhere farther down the road, beyond the reach of my headlights, or maybe from inside the cornfield itself, another wheel squeaked. Just once, long and strange, as if someone had leaned too hard on a corroded axle. The hair on the back of my neck lifted. I stopped pushing. The cart in front of me shuddered to a halt, its own wobble dying away in a series of smaller rattles. My fingers tightened on the handle, knuckles whitening. I held my breath without meaning to. Silence fell in layers. First, the immediate absence of the cart's noise. Then, a second later, the realization that even the dog in the distance had gone quiet. The crickets were still there, but they seemed farther away, like someone had turned their volume down just a notch. I stood there in that dim cone of headlight, hands on an empty cart miles from where it belonged, staring into the black wall of corn and listening for a second squeak that did not come. I do not know how long I stood there with my hands on that cart, staring into the corn and listening for a second squeak that never came. It could have been 10 seconds or a full minute. Time out there did not feel like it moved the way it does in places with clocks. It stretched, thinned, then snapped back all at once. Eventually, my arms started to ache from holding the cart still, and the rational part of my brain crawled back up from wherever it had been hiding. Move it. Get it off the road. Get back in the car. I forced myself to breathe, slow and deliberate, letting the cricket's noise fill back in around me. When my heartbeat stopped pounding so loudly in my ears, I shifted my grip and pushed again. The cart's wheels rattled and squealed, the bad one protesting every inch as I dragged it the last couple of feet toward the ditch. I angled it so the front wheels left the pavement and dropped onto the mowed strip, the back still barely kissing the edge of the road. One more shove, and the whole thing rolled off the asphalt, the frame listing as it settled into a slight dip in the dirt. It stood there, crooked but out of the lane, like some ugly little shrine that had not decided what it was dedicated to yet. "Stay," I muttered, ridiculous, as if it might roll back out on its own. When I turned around, the Camaro sat a short distance away in the beam of its own headlights, facing the curve ahead, driver's door still yawning open toward me like a mouth midword. The hazard lights flashed steadily, throwing brief pulses of red against the side of the cart I had just moved, painting its metal bones in alternating blood-colored bursts. That was when I heard it. Not the squeak of a wheel this time, something heavier. On the opposite side of the road from where I stood, across the narrow strip of asphalt and the ditch that ran parallel to it, something shifted in the loose stones. Gravel crunched, a soft, grinding sound like a slow footstep. Then another, the slide of weight and rock, subtle but unmistakable. It was the sound you hear when someone tries to step carefully on a gravel driveway and the stones betray them anyway. The hair on my arms rose so fast it prickled under my skin. "Hello?" The word came out thin and shaky, barely carrying past the idling engine. It did not sound like the confident "hey" you throw to a neighbor you have not met yet. It sounded like a kid pretending he was not afraid of the dark. The crickets faltered. Just for a heartbeat, their chorus dipped, a hitch in the static, as if the whole field had inhaled at once. Then they resumed at full volume, shrieking over my question as if they had not heard it. Nothing answered. No, "Hey, sorry man." No drunken laugh. No rustle of leaves to match the footsteps. Just that thick black on the other side of the road, a ditch full of shadow, and the steering wheel of my car gleaming in the open doorway like salvation. I told myself there were reasonable explanations. A raccoon in the rocks, a stray dog, maybe some old rusted junk down there settling in the cool night air. Things move, dirt shifts, sounds happen. That was all. That was all it had to be. "Yeah, okay," I said, to nobody, my voice a little too loud. "You're jumpy. Go home." I took a step toward the car. Gravel crunched under my own shoes now, answered by the softer thud of my soles on the edge of the pavement. The headlights carved a sharp cone ahead, bleaching the next bend in the road, and the first few rows of corn into stark, colorless shapes. At the far left edge of that beam, the corn stood thicker, forming a solid wall of blades and stalks that swallowed light instead of returning it. I took another step. The open door was close enough now that I could see my reflection faintly in the driver's side window, distorted by the angle and the light. Behind that reflection, the interior of the car waited. Seat, wheel, dash, familiar and solid. Then the wall of corn on the left moved. It did not rustle gently or sway the way plants do in the wind. It exploded. Two shapes burst out of the stalks at once, low and fast and wrong. One came from slightly ahead of the car, one from closer to where the cart had been, both converging on the strip of road like animals breaking from cover. For a second, in the confusion of motion and shadow, they were just silhouettes. Dark human outlines with sloped shoulders and bent knees, arms pumping. Then my brain caught details in flashes. Long sleeves hanging loose off thin arms. Pants that looked like they had been soaked in something and then dried stiff, clinging in some places and flapping in others. Fabric torn at the knees and elbow, frayed into strings. Whatever was on them, mud, oil, something darker, ate the light, making patches of their clothes look almost blacker than the night. They were running full speed at the road, full speed at me. Every reasonable thought I had been lining up, scattered like someone had kicked the table over. My lungs seized, my vision tunneled, focusing hard on the open door of the Camaro like it was the only real thing in the world. I sprinted. The distance between me and the car could not have been more than a handful of steps, but my legs felt like they were wading through syrup. The gravel slipped under my shoes, tiny stones skittering out from under my soles, making my ankles wobble. I almost felt my knee buckle on the second step, but adrenaline forced it straight again. I could hear them now, behind the sound of my own footsteps. Their feet hit the road with a heavier, wetter slap than mine, soles sliding briefly on the asphalt before catching. One of them kicked a rock in the ditch, and the stone ricocheted up and pinged off the bottom of the car with a hollow, metallic plink. "Hey!" one of them shouted, Or maybe it was just a hoarse noise stripped of words. I did not look back to check. My hand went for my keys as I ran, even though they were already in the ignition. Panic is stupid like that. It makes you grab for things you already have. The metal fob slipped in my sweaty fingers, skidding against my palm. For a horrible instant, I thought I was going to fling them into the darkness and lose everything right there. I hit the edge of the open door with my hip, rebounded, and used the momentum to swing myself into the driver's seat. My shoulder clipped the doorframe hard enough to send a jolt down my arm. I did not so much sit as fall, legs folding under me, feet scrambling for the pedals. I grabbed the inside handle and yanked. The door swung in, heavy and slow, as if it was pushing against thick air. Somewhere outside, too close, feet hammered the pavement. I got the door almost closed when the weight hit. At the exact moment the latch caught and the lock snicked into place, something slammed into the passenger side of the car with a force that made the whole frame shudder. The impact sounded nothing like the cart. It was deeper, meatier, a hollow, resonant thud that I felt in my teeth and spine. The car rocked on its suspension, tilting slightly toward me and then settling back. I jerked my head to the right. A face filled the passenger window. It was pressed so close to the glass that his nose flattened slightly against it, skin blanching pale where it met the cold surface. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, veins spiderwebbing from the corners into the whites. They did not look wild in the way you see in movies. No bared teeth, no flared nostrils. They looked focused, locked on me. His hair was slicked down to his skull, dark and wet, clumping into strands. Whether it was sweat, water from the ditch, or something else, I could not tell. Droplets clung to the ends of it, catching the light. The lower half of his face was smeared with something dark and uneven. Mud, maybe, or oil, streaked across his cheeks and mouth like he had wiped his hands there without thinking. His lips were parted, just enough to see the shadow of his teeth. He was not yelling. He was not cursing. His expression was not even obviously angry. He just stared straight at me with an intensity that pinned me to my seat harder than the belt had. Then his hand came up. Fingers, pale and chapped, found the passenger door handle and jerked it. Metal clicked against plastic, a rapid-fire sequence of tiny impacts as he tried it again and again. The lock rod on top of the door juddered slightly, but did not move. Each failed attempt produced a sharp, desperate rattle that sounded like something inside the mechanism was going to snap free. "Get away," I heard myself say, voice high and useless. My hands were already moving, though. I twisted the key in the ignition, even though the engine was still idling somewhere under my panic. The starter whined in protest, grinding against the running motor, a scream of metal on metal that made me wince. It snapped me into a weird kind of clarity. I had no time to baby the car. My right foot stomped down on the gas. My left flicked off the brake and jammed the shifter into drive. The Camaro jolted, hesitated for a fraction of a second as if deciding whether it really wanted to move. Then the rear tires broke traction. For a heartbeat, they spun in place, a high, shrieking whine rising from the rubber. The rear of the car slid sideways a couple of inches, gravel spitting out from under the treads. The man's face at the window lurched with the movement, his features smearing briefly across the glass like a bad reflection. Then the tires bit. The car launched forward with a violent pull that slammed me back into the seat, The man's shoulder scraped along the door, producing a long grinding sound, metal against bone wrapped in cloth. For an instant, his hand stayed hooked on the handle, fingers dragging, his arms stretching in a way that looked wrong. Then the momentum tore him free and flung him away into the dark beyond the beams. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the second figure on the edge of the headlight's reach. He had stopped just short of the car's path, a shadow with torn clothes and something dark on his chest, frozen in place like an animal that had misjudged the timing of the hunt. As the Camaro shot past, he stepped backward into the safety of the corn shadow instead of lunging forward, and then they were behind me. The road unspooled under my wheels, a hard, straight line that I clung to like a lifeline. I focused on the lane ahead, on keeping the car between the fading yellow stripes, on not thinking. The engine roared, tires humming, wind starting to pour louder past the windows as speed climbed. Somewhere between one breath and the next, curiosity or fear or guilt, whatever rotten little mix lives in that part of the brain, made me flick my eyes up to the rearview mirror. For a fraction of a second, in the shrinking tunnel of my taillights, I saw one of the figures, not chasing, not running, but lying in the road. He was half in the illuminated strip, half out, one arm splayed at an odd angle, legs bent. From that distance, in that jerking glimpse, I could not tell if he had fallen to avoid the car, been thrown there by the hit, or simply chosen to drop. The darkness around him swallowed detail. Then the curve I was already entering lifted the road, tilted the mirror, and the image slid away. Behind me, County Line Road vanished into black. Ahead, all I had was the narrow ribbon of light and the sick, crawling knowledge that I had left someone lying there, and I did not yet know if I had killed him. The next few miles exist in my memory like a series of disconnected snapshots, not a continuous stretch of road. I know, logically, that I must have taken the same route back I had come. That county line eventually spat me out toward more civilized streets, but the actual turns blur together. What I remember most clearly is the way my hands felt on the steering wheel, slick with sweat, fingers locked so tight around the leather that my knuckles ached. The Camaro surged forward, then back, as my foot alternated between too much gas and too much brake. My body torn between wanting to get as far away as possible and not wanting to lose control and wrap the car around a tree. The cornfields eventually gave way to wider spaces. Isolated mailboxes turned into actual cross streets with real signs instead of improvised stakes. A dim glow appeared on the horizon, the reflected light from gas stations and strip malls and neighborhoods creeping back into the sky. I was leaving the blank parts of the map and re-entering places with addresses. Every time I hit a straight stretch big enough to breathe, I checked my rearview mirror. I kept expecting to see headlights appear behind me, angry and fast, eating up the distance. A truck with its high beams on, a pair of lights swerving, gaining. Any sign that the two men, or whoever they were, had a vehicle stashed somewhere and were coming after me. There was nothing. The mirror showed only emptiness, a ribbon of black, occasionally cut by reflective signs, or the ghostly glint of a road marking. No glow, no pursuers. It should have been a relief. Instead, it made me feel like I had driven out of the scene of something and left it sealed behind me, untouched, waiting. My phone lay in the cup holder, screen dark, heavy with the knowledge of what I had not yet done. The idea of calling 911 had sat in the back of my mind from the second I floored it. but panic and motion kept pushing it off. The farther I got from county line, the louder the guilt grew. You cannot pretend this did not happen. At a red light near the edge of town, one of those long, pointless ones where there is no cross traffic and no cops to care, I grabbed the phone with shaking fingers and fumbled it unlocked. The glowing icons looked too bright, too normal. I hit the emergency call option before I could talk myself out of it. The ringing sounded weirdly thin over the noise of the engine, like it was happening in some smaller, distant room. My throat felt tight, dry, like I had swallowed dust. 911. What is your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was calm, practiced, with that slightly bored edge people get when they have heard everything before. It made my heart hammer harder. My mouth tried several starts at once and failed all of them. I need to report. Something on County Line Road. Okay, sir, she said, already in script mode. Are you currently on County Line Road? No, I'm off it now. I'm driving home. What city are you in? Near Columbus, north side. Look, I was on County Line, and two men, ran out of the corn, and one of them hit my car. Okay, she repeated, not sounding surprised. Typing crackled faintly behind her voice. Slow down for me. You said two males ran out in front of your vehicle. They ran at it, I said. I heard the pitch of my own voice rise, heard how guilty that sounded. They came out of the corn. There was a shopping cart in the road, and when I got out to move it, they came out, and one of them slammed into the passenger side. Were you injured? No. Did you hit either of them with your vehicle? I saw again, in a flicker of memory, the body in the rear view, half in the strip of red light, half out, arm twisted. The deep, sick, physical thunk when he hit the door. The feel of the car lifting and settling. I do not know, I said, which was the closest thing to the truth I could manage without choking on it. I was trying to get away. He was right at the window. He was trying the handle. I drove. I do not know if I... Okay. Her voice stayed unbearably level, the sound of someone adding lines to a form. Can you tell me approximately where on County Line Road this occurred? Any landmarks? I struggled to picture the curve as a map instead of an experience. There's an S-curve. Corn on both sides. No shoulder. It's maybe halfway between the I-71 exit and a farmhouse with a porch light on. I'm sorry, It is all right, she said smoothly. You are doing fine. Two adult males, on foot, emerging from the corn. One made contact with your vehicle on the passenger side. Did either appear armed? I did not see any weapons, I said. They were just running. Their clothes were dirty, torn. My mind felt like a messed up slideshow, flipping between impressions. Wet hair, dark smears. Eyes inches from mine through glass. Did they attempt to enter your vehicle? Yes, I said quickly. Yes. One of them grabbed the door handle. He kept pulling it. He hit the car. I thought they were trying to carjack me. Or something. Okay, she repeated, pausing for a few keystrokes. We will have a unit check County Line Road for any pedestrians and possible roadway obstructions. What is your name? I gave it, along with my phone number. My voice sounded small in my own ears, like it did not fill the space of the car. Where are you now? I'm on my way home, I said. The light in front of me turned green while I spoke. The car behind me gave a little impatient tap on their horn, a tiny mundane annoyance that felt like it belonged in someone else's night. I eased forward. "I am a few minutes from my house. Are you able to pull over somewhere safe and wait for an officer to contact you? It would be helpful to take a statement while this is fresh." I pictured myself parked on the side of some random street, hazard lights blinking again, waiting for a cruiser to pull up. Blue and red lights flickering in the windows of sleeping houses, neighbors peeking through curtains. Me, retelling this story, while the adrenaline still shook my hands and made my voice crack. More than that, I pictured driving anywhere but my driveway, when my whole nervous system was screaming for home like a dog dragging its leash toward the front door. "Yeah," I lied. "Yeah, I can pull over up here. Just send them my number too." "All right," she said. "An officer will be dispatched to check County Line Road, and another may contact you by phone for additional details. If you realize you have struck someone, or if you see any injuries, call us back immediately. Do not return to the scene by yourself. Do you understand?" "Yes," I whispered, though the last part had already settled into my bones as a permanent rule. I was never going back there alone again. "Thank you for calling," she finished, in the same tone you use when someone reports a pothole or a suspicious car. "Good night." The line clicked. The call timer disappeared. My home screen blinked back at me, stupid and ordinary. I dropped the phone back into the cup holder, like it had burned me. My breathing filled the car now, harsh and shallow, matching the fast, rhythmic ticking of the turn signal as I changed lanes for my exit. The indicator's tiny plastic click sounded louder than the dispatcher's voice had. The radiator fan had kicked on at some point during the call, compensating for all the stress I had just put the engine through. It whirred above the note of the motor, a higher, more frantic pitch that made the hood vibrate in a barely visible shimmy. The air blasted warmer from the vents, smelling faintly of metal and something hot. Every time I hit a small bump, I heard a faint rattle from the passenger side door. Something inside had loosened when the man hit it. Some piece of plastic or metal that now trembled in sympathy with every imperfection in the road. Each little shake sounded to my ears like a voice I could not quite make out. "You hit him. You hit him. You hit him." I turned off the larger roads and into streets I knew by muscle memory alone. Narrow lanes with sidewalks. The old elementary school on the corner, dark and square. The ugly brick church that always smelled like potluck dinners on Sundays. Streetlights casting pools of yellow under their poles, leaving gaps of soft shadow between them. I recognized everything and nothing at once. The world looked like my neighborhood, wearing a mask of itself. As I finally turned onto my own street, my stomach knotted so hard I thought I might throw up. The houses here were small but neat, each with a strip of lawn and a driveway. Most of the windows were dark. A few porch lights burned out of habit. The one across from our house, the one that never turned off, glowed steady. Halfway down the block, just before our place, a set of headlights appeared coming toward me. For a second, my whole body seized. Then the car emerged under the nearest streetlight, white and black, light bar on top. A patrol car. We passed each other in the center of the lane, slow and careful. As the cruiser drew even with me, the inside filled briefly with the wash of its headlights. For a fraction of a second, I could see the officer's face, pale in the glow. Our eyes met, or I thought they did, because what it felt like in that very small moment was that he was not looking at my face at all. His gaze seemed to slide past me, past the windshield, and fix instead on the passenger side of my car. The door, the glass, the place where the impact still lived as a faint, dirty shadow on the paint. Then he was past me, tail lights shrinking in my mirror, turning the corner at the end of the street, maybe heading toward County Line Road, maybe just beginning his own night of routine. I pulled into my driveway with hands that would not stop shaking and tried not to think about which direction he had gone. The second the front tires bump over the edge of our driveway, the motion sensor under the eaves wakes up and flips the porch light on. Yellow floods over the Camaro, turning the dark blue into a dull, tired color. The light carves out the front walk, the steps, the little patch of grass Dad always says he is going to reseed in the spring. In the sudden brightness, the car looks like it has been dragged onto a stage for inspection. I put it in park with more force than I mean to. The engine shudders once and then settles into a low idle. When I twist the key out, the vibration stops, but the world does not go quiet. The motor ticks as it cools, a series of small metallic clicks from under the hood, like teeth chattering after a shock. Somewhere underneath, the exhaust pops once as it contracts. For a second, I just sit there, hands on the wheel, staring at the dark rectangle of the garage door. My legs feel hollow, like I do not entirely trust them to hold me up. The interior of the car smells like heat and anxiety, stale air, traces of sweat, and that faint tang of scorched rubber that followed me from the road. Eventually, staying inside feels worse than getting out. I open the door. The night air hits me in a warm rush, cooler than the cabin, but still heavy. When I swing my legs out, they do wobble, just enough that I have to grab the top of the door to steady myself. Standing next to the car, with the house looming above and the quiet of the neighborhood pressing in, the events on County Line feel impossibly far away and uncomfortably close at the same time. It is the first time all night that I really look at the passenger side. From behind the wheel, everything had been glimpses, reflections in glass, sounds, the shock of impact. Out here, in the harsh cone of the porch light, there is nowhere for my eyes to hide. The dent is about where a shoulder or hip would land if someone ran full force into the side of the car. It caves inward just behind the passenger door, warping the clean line of the body into an ugly, shallow crater. The metal has creased in one spot, a sharp little fold that catches the light. Along the door, the handle, and up onto the side mirror, there are smeared streaks, darker than the paint. Some look like long, uneven wipes, as if something dragged along the surface while the car was moving. Others are shorter, more like prints that were partially wiped away. On the rear quarter panel, close to where the wheel well curves up, a few tiny droplets have dried in separate spots, round and imperfect. In the yellow light, the stains are turning from almost black to a dark, muddy brown. They have that crusted look that comes when liquid dries on metal, edges shrinking inward. The hot metal smell coming off the engine and brakes is still the strongest scent, but under it, there is something else. Fainter, coppery maybe. Or maybe my brain is inventing that. My stomach flips hard enough that I have to swallow twice. The screen door creaks. I look up and see my dad standing in the doorway, one hand on the frame. He is in a t-shirt and old sweatpants, his hair mashed flat on one side from sleep. Behind him, the hallway light is off. The glow that outlines him comes from the television in the living room, flickering blue and white. His eyes are narrowed, not all the way awake, but alert enough to know this is not right. "You know what time it is?" he asks. His voice is rough with sleep and irritation. Then he squints past me at the car, and the irritation sharpens. "What the hell did you do?" Heat flares in my cheeks, a weird mix of guilt and leftover adrenaline. The words jam up. "There were 2 guys on county line. They ran at the car. One of them..." "Hang on." He steps out onto the porch, letting the screen door clap shut behind him. Barefoot, he walks down the front steps, the boards creaking under his weight, and onto the driveway. The concrete is cool enough that I can hear the slight stick of his feet with each step. He circles the front of the Camaro slowly, eyes on the passenger side. As he comes around, the damage reveals itself to him the way it did to me. A nasty dent, smeared marks, those tiny droplets. His jaw tightens. "You took my car to some bar and wrecked it," he says flatly. "That what I am looking at?" "No," I blurt, too fast. "No, I swear to God, I wasn't. We just had wings after my shift. I didn't drink. I was on my way home, and there was a cart in the road, and..." "A cart," he repeats, like the word itself is offensive. He stops a couple of feet from the door, leaning in, hands on his hips. "A cart did this?" "Not the cart." My voice cracks. 2 guys. They came out of the corn. They hit the car. One of them, he slammed into it. He tried the door. I called 911. He glances at me then. A quick, sharp look that takes in the tremor in my hands, the way I am half leaning against the open driver's door for support. For a second, his expression softens. Only a fraction, but enough. He looks less like a man whose favorite possession has been damaged, and more like a father who has just realized his kid might be hurt. "Did you hit something?" he asks, voice lower now. "A deer? A pole? Another car? I need you to tell me straight." I shake my head, the motion too quick. "They hit me," I say. "They ran at the car. I was trying to get away. I do not know if I do not think I hit anyone with the front. He makes a small, frustrated noise deep in his throat and moves closer to the passenger door. He does not touch the stains directly, but he runs his hand along the paint just beneath them, his thumb pressing against the clean metal, moving parallel to the marks. The sound of his skin on the surface is a dry, whispery rub, almost lost under the ticking of the engine. Up close, he studies the dent, tilting his head a little to see how the light bends around it. The way it caves in does not look like impact with a stationary object. It looks like something soft and heavy hit it at speed. "This is the size of a person," he says quietly, mostly to himself. "Not a deer, not a post." I swallow again, my throat tight. "I told you," I say. "He slammed into it. I was trying to drive. They were right there." Dad straightens up and looks at me fully now. There is anger in his eyes, absolutely. But beneath it, there is something else. Fear, or worry, or some mixture that makes the skin around them pull tighter. "Did you hit someone?" he asks. The words are the same, but the tone is different from before. Deeper, heavier. It is not the, "Did you hit someone's bumper and lie about it" voice. It is the, "Are we about to have our lives divided into before and after this night" voice. The image from the rearview mirror flares up again. A shape on the asphalt, half in the red glow, half out. Arm at a wrong angle, no movement. My mouth feels full of sand. I only know he hit me. I drove away. I do not know what happened after that. The truth hangs there between us, incomplete and ugly. Dad drags a hand over his face, fingers pressing into his eyes for a second. When he drops it, his expression has shifted into something more closed off. "You called 911?" he asks. "Yeah," I say quickly. From the car. I told them there were 2 guys on County Line. One hit the car, tried the door. They said they'd send someone to check. They wanted me to pull over and wait, but I trail off, not needing to finish the sentence. The driveway answers for me. He grunts, a sound that could mean anything. He walks around the back of the car, checking the rear quarter panel. His gaze catches on the tiny droplets. He leans in, close enough to see the texture of the dried spots, but he does not touch them. In the porch light, the brown looks darker, almost black. "Go inside," he says finally, straightening up. His voice has gone flat again, but not in the same way as before. It is the tone he uses when something is too big to tackle in the moment. "We will talk tomorrow." I open my mouth, not sure if I am about to argue or apologize, but he cuts me off with a look. Not angry, exactly, just final. "Go," he repeats. "You are shaking. Get some water. Try to sleep." The idea of sleep feels laughable, but I nod anyway. I close the driver's door gently, almost apologetically, and start toward the steps. The porch light hums overhead. The TV flickers blue-white in the living room behind the curtains. Everything looks so painfully normal that my eyes sting. As I put my foot on the first step, I hear it behind me, a soft, sharp intake of breath. I glance back without turning fully. Dad is standing by the passenger side, alone in the driveway. He is leaning in slightly toward the door, his face close to the damaged panel. I see him sniff once, like he is testing the air, trying to parse that faint metallic note under the hot engine smell. "Damn it," he mutters under his breath, the curse too quiet for anyone but me to hear. It has a different weight than when he swears about bills or broken appliances. Then he straightens up, scrubs a hand over his mouth, and glances toward the house to make sure I'm still going inside. I turn away and climb the steps, heart hammering, suddenly sure of one thing. Whatever he smelled on that car, he recognized it, and he did not know what the hell we were supposed to do about it. Inside, the house felt smaller than usual. The TV in the living room was off now. At some point, while I was in the driveway, Dad must have hit the power and gone back to his room. The only light came from the digital clock over the stove in the kitchen, its green numbers floating in the dark like something underwater. 1:30 a.m. That little block of numbers sat there, indifferent to everything that had just happened. 1:30 a.m., like it was just another night. The kitchen smelled faintly of old coffee and dish soap. The tile under my shoes was cool and a little sticky in spots, like always. To my left, the fridge hummed, a low electrical drone that had been background noise my whole life. It vibrated softly against the wall, a physical presence more than just a sound. As I stood there, unsure whether to get that water Dad told me to or just go straight to my room, the compressor cycled off. The sudden silence was almost violent. It was like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. For a couple of seconds, there was no noise at all. No traffic, no TV, nothing. Then the AC kicked on. Air rushed through the vents in the hallway, a deep, hollow sigh that pushed coolness into the stale rooms. The duct above the hallway closet made its familiar, low rattle. Metal expanding against wood. The system had always sounded a little too old for the house, like it belonged in some larger building and had been cut down to fit. I realized I was just standing there in the half-dark, backpack still slung over one shoulder, hands hanging uselessly at my sides. I grabbed a glass from the dish rack with fingers that did not quite feel like they belonged to me, filled it at the tap, and swallowed the water too fast, the cold hitting my stomach in one lump. It did not help much. I made my way down the hallway to my room, each step on the old carpet releasing a faint puff of trapped dust. The AC's breath followed me, filtering through the vent above my door. My bedroom was exactly as I had left it. Unmade bed, cheap dresser with one drawer that did not quite close, pile of clothes on the chair I pretended was the system. The blinds on the single window were down, slats tilted shut. The pale rectangle of the window frame was just barely visible against the darker wall. I did not bother turning on the light. The idea of flipping a switch and seeing everything clearly felt wrong, like overwriting something delicate. Instead, I let the dim kitchen glow down the hall be enough. I sat on the edge of my bed, fully dressed, shoes still on. The mattress dipped under me, springs whining softly. My hands rested on my thighs, and I watched in the faint light as they trembled, the skin over my knuckles tightening and loosening with each tiny shake. Every time I swallowed, I felt the phantom pull of the seatbelt across my chest. The way it had grabbed me, dug into bone, locked me in place. My sternum still ached dully, like I had been punched. If I closed my eyes, I could feel that exact moment again. The stop, the jolt, the way my organs seemed to keep moving a fraction of a second after the car had already frozen. I dug my phone out of my pocket and unlocked it, the screen blasting too much blue light into the dark. My notification bar was empty, except for the earlier 911 call, logged neatly, time-stamped, neutral. I opened a local news app, thumb moving automatically through the same motions it did when I was bored at work. Nothing. Sports scores, a city council argument about zoning, some fluff piece about a dog adoption event, no braking alerts, no incident on County Line Road banner. I killed the app and downloaded a police scanner one on instinct, one of those ugly interfaces with fake knobs and a list of frequencies. Static rushed into my ears through the tiny phone speaker when I hit play, then resolved into disembodied voices calling codes and locations I did not fully understand, units acknowledging, dispatch repeating, someone complaining about a domestic call on the other side of the county. If they mentioned county line, I did not catch it. My brain was too scattered, snagging on every phrase that sounded even vaguely like it might be relevant. By the time I realized I was just feeding my anxiety, my pulse was pounding hard enough in my neck that the scanner app's background hiss started to blend with it. I closed it and set the phone down on the nightstand. The room immediately felt quieter without the chatter, but not calmer. The place where calm should have been was still occupied by his face. I knew I would see it again before I lay down. My mind had been circling around that fact since the driveway, but the force of it still surprised me. The moment my eyes were not glued to a screen, he came back. The dead flat look, inches away, separated from me by less than half an inch of glass. Not rage, not a snarl, not even a plea. Just those bloodshot eyes, wide and focused, locked onto mine like he was trying to memorize my features in the second before the car ripped him away. The dark smear across his mouth bothered me more than it should have. It could have been mud, or oil, or dried blood. In the porch light, and then the driveway, it had just looked like a dirty stain. In my memory now, it took on weight. It looked like the remnant of something he had either eaten or had forced into his face. Hands wiped there, a fall into wet ground, fingers dragging down. The more I tried not to think about it, the sharper it got. The way it sat, asymmetrical on his cheek. The subtle divide where it crossed the corner of his lips. The way his mouth had been slightly open, like he had meant to say something and never got the chance. At some point, sitting there fully dressed stopped making sense, even to the version of myself who was no longer convinced anything made sense. I towed my shoes off, letting them thump to the floor in two dull impacts, and scooted back onto the mattress. The sheets were cool against my forearms as I fumbled my way up, collapsing onto the pillow without bothering to straighten anything. I lay on my back, staring at the featureless dark above me. The AC continued its slow exhale for another minute or two, washing the ceiling with an invisible, oddly comforting current. Then, without warning, the blower cut off. Silence dropped into the room, like a stone into a pond. It only lasted a second or two, but in that gap, every other sound in the house suddenly loomed larger. The fridge in the kitchen hummed up, compressor cycling on again, with a soft, throaty vibration that traveled faintly through the floor. A pipe somewhere in the wall ticked as it cooled. A random pop came from the wooden frame near the corner of my ceiling, the noise sharp and quick, like knuckles cracking. In the daytime, I would have ignored it or registered it as the house settling. Now, each little noise felt like a footstep just outside my door. My brain started translating every creak into motion. The faint click of the thermostat, a knuckle brushing the hallway wall, a car rolling slowly past outside, tires whispering on asphalt, someone walking just beyond my window, pacing the strip of grass. The fridge in the kitchen kicked off again. The resulting absence of sound left my room hovering in a suspended, unnatural quiet. My own breathing seemed too loud, rasping in and out through my nose. I tried to slow it, to trick my body into thinking rest was an option. It did not really work. Somewhere between the rise and fall of my chest, I heard a different sound. It was faint, almost too faint to be sure of, but it cut across the thick quiet in just the right way to grab every nerve I had left. A soft metallic rattle, muffled by distance and walls, like something with small wheels rolling very slowly over rough ground. It came from the direction of the driveway. I froze, mid-breath, lungs half full. The blinds were down. The window was closed. There was no way to see anything from the bed. The rational part of my mind offered quick explanations. A neighbor dragging their trash can, someone getting home late and rolling a suitcase, an animal knocking something over. But the sound did not match those. It was not a hollow plastic bin scraping the curb. It was not the clack of hard luggage wheels. It was a shorter, warbling rattle that stuttered slightly every couple of seconds, like a bad shopping cart wheel deciding whether it wanted to spin. The noise came, hesitated, came again, then faded. It could have been 3 seconds total. It could have been 30. After it stopped, the crickets outside seemed louder for a moment, as if filling in the space it had left. I stared at the pale rectangle of the window. My body wanted me to get up, cross the room, peel back one slat of the blinds, and look. That urge was almost physical, a pull behind my ribs. But layered over it was something heavier. A knowledge that if I did look, and if I saw anything, anything at all, the night would shift into another shape I was nowhere near ready for. So I stayed where I was. I told myself it was nothing, that the car had just cooled and something metal had shifted, that a branch had scraped a gutter, that I was making shapes out of random sound because my head was full of cornfields and carts and bloodshot eyes. I lay there, muscles locked, until the ache of holding still became its own kind of exhaustion. At some point, no idea how many minutes later, my body started to slip into something that was almost sleep, but not the good kind. My thoughts blurred at the edges, images smearing together, the dent, the smeared stains, the man's face at the window, the dark lane behind me. My eyes closed fully for the first time since I left the highway. Just as I was starting to fall into that shallow, restless drift, the room lit up. A rectangle of cold white light flared on the ceiling above my nightstand, cutting through the dark. My eyes snapped open. For a half second, before I understood what it was, my heart stopped. Then I turned my head and saw my phone lying there, screen glowing. By the time I reached for it, the light was already fading, and the lock screen was back to black. I hit the button with my thumb. The display flared again, and I saw the notification. Missed call. Unknown number. No voicemail. No text. Just a single missed call banner and a timestamp that froze my breath in my throat. It showed the call had come in at 1:35 a.m., roughly 5 minutes after I'd walked into the house. I woke up to light instead of darkness, and for a second, I did not understand why that felt wrong. Sun leaked around the edges of my blinds in thin, sharp lines, carving pale stripes on the far wall. My head felt thick, like I had slept just enough to take the edge off the panic, but not enough to actually rest. The taste in my mouth was stale, dry, faintly metallic. For a moment, I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening. The sounds were daytime sounds. Somewhere down the street, a lawnmower droned, a steady, mechanical roar that rose and fell as someone pushed it up and down their postage stamp yard. A garbage truck's hydraulics groaned and hissed in the distance, followed by the clang of cans being set back down on concrete. Birds chattered in short, nervous bursts. The normalcy of it all made the previous night feel like something that had happened in a different house, to someone else. Then I shifted, and the bruise across my chest lit up. A dull, wide band of ache where the seatbelt had done its job. The memory of the stop, the man's face at the window, the cart, the call from the unknown number, all of it flooded back in one ugly rush, and the small buffer of morning shattered. I sat up too fast. The room tilted a little, then steadied. My phone lay on the nightstand where I had dropped it, screen dark. I grabbed it, thumb waking it up with more force than necessary. No new notifications. No missed calls beyond the one from last night. No text from Dad. No headline screaming about county line. For a second, I had the irrational thought that if I did not see it in print, it might not have happened. Then I remembered that not everything terrible gets reported within 8 hours. Some things just sit in the world, waiting for someone to find them. The clock on the lock screen said 10:23 a.m. I had slept longer than I meant to. The hallway carpet felt rough under my bare feet as I shuffled toward the kitchen. The AC hummed steadily. Sometime after dawn, the house had swung into its daytime cycle without needing my input. Dad was at the table when I walked in, facing the window that looked out over the driveway. He had a mug of coffee in one hand, the newspaper folded in front of him. The local AM radio station muttered quietly from a small unit on the counter. Somewhere in the middle of a weather report, the announcer's voice calm and flat. He looked up when I entered, eyes squinting slightly at the sight of me. He did not say good morning. "Sleep?" he asked instead. "A little," I said. My voice came out rough, like I had been talking all night instead of barely at all. The coffee machine behind him gurgled and hissed as it did its last cycle, spitting a couple of stubborn drops into the pot. The kitchen smelled strongly of coffee, toast, and something else. An underlying tang of soap from the dish Dad must have washed, trying to give his hands something to do. The air between us felt thick, the kind of heaviness that comes before either a fight or a bad announcement. The radio segued into local news, traffic updates, an accident on an exit ramp far from us, nothing about a body in a ditch on County Line. "Eat something," Dad said. He nudged a plate toward me with his knuckles. Toast, a couple of scrambled eggs already cooling. He had made them before deciding whether he was still mad at me, apparently. "I'm not hungry," I said automatically. My stomach twisted anyway, sending up a small, sour reminder that it existed. "Eat," he repeated sharper this time. His eyes flicked toward the driveway window and back. "You are not going to talk to anyone on an empty stomach." The anyone hung there, vague and heavy. Cops, insurance, neighbors. He did not specify. I choked down a few bites of toast, more to end the conversation than out of hunger. The food sat uneasily in my gut. Every sip of coffee tasted like it was waking up parts of my brain I wish would have stayed asleep. After a minute of this strained silence, Dad set his mug down and pushed away from the table. The chair scraped against the tile with a harsh, dragging sound. "Come on," he said. "Let's look at it in the daylight." Outside, the sun made everything look too sharp. The Camaro sat where I had left it, still wearing the scars of the night. Under the clear, unforgiving light, they looked worse, more real. The smears on the passenger side had dried fully now. In the porch light, they had been vague, glossy shapes. In the morning, they were a dull, caked brown. They clung to the metallic blue paint in irregular streaks and patches, some thin and feathery, others thicker at the top and tapering down. Up close, I could see where they had partially flaked at the edges, leaving tiny crumbs stuck in hairline scratches. There were differences in tone within the stains, too. Places where it was darker, almost black, and places where it had thinned into a rusty amber. The dent did not magically resolve into anything less horrifying with the sun on it. If anything, the light made the contours more obvious. It had a shape to it now that my brain could not write off as random damage. One part bulged inward like a shoulder had struck and dragged. Another narrow line near the center looked like the imprint of a forearm or hip bone. On the seam between the door and the front fender, a couple of tiny fibers had caught. I leaned in, squinting. They were too short and tangled to identify, just little threads clinging stubbornly to the raw edge where metal met metal. Light in color, not blue like my jeans, not black like Dad's work pants. My throat tightened. Dad saw where I was looking, his jaw clenched. "Back up," he said briskly, as if stepping away from the details would somehow soften them. "We are not leaving it like this." "What?" "The car," he snapped. "We are not leaving it like this. We're taking it to get washed." His tone was not one of some mastermind planning a cover-up. It was the voice of a man whose favorite thing in the world had been defaced, and who could not stand looking at it. If he could just get the dirt, the streaks, the fibers off, he could pretend the dent was from something else. He could pretend last night had been less than it was. It could be evidence, I said, the word tasting strange on my tongue. Shouldn't we leave it in case the police? He looked at me then with a mix of anger and fear that made me shut up immediately. You told 911, he said slowly. You told them 2 guys ran out of a field and hit your car. They will drive out there. They will see what they see. You did what you were supposed to do. We are not leaving my car covered in... He cut himself off, swallowed hard. In this. I am not looking at this all day. The way he said this told me he had picked his side in the argument between reality and denial, at least for now. We drove to the hand wash place a couple of miles away. It was a low concrete bay with a cracked sign. The kind of place where guys in old t-shirts and rubber boots wrestled hoses for minimum wage. The air reeked of soap, wet concrete, exhaust, and whatever had died in the floor, drains a few summers ago, and never fully left. The Camaro pulled into one of the bays, and for the first time since my dad had bought it, it looked small. Less like a prize machine, and more like a wounded animal waiting under harsh lights. The high-pressure hose hissed as the attendant uncoiled it, water blasting out in a hard white stream. When he passed it to Dad, the sound doubled in my ears, the rush of water hammering metal loud enough to drown out the radio playing tinny pop from a speaker somewhere. Get the soap, Dad told me, jerking his chin toward the foam brush. His voice stayed tight, like it was wrapped in wire. I grabbed the long-handled brush, dunked it into the dripping cradle, and watched suds bloom around it like some chemical flower. My hands shook so much the bubbles sloshed over the edge, sliding down the handle and onto my wrist. Dad started with the hose on the roof, methodical. Sheets of water raced down the windshield, over the hood, hitting the concrete floor with a heavy splatter. He moved slowly along the driver's side, rinsing normal dust and bug streaks away in gray streams. When he reached the front of the passenger door, he paused. The stains did not immediately surrender to the spray. The water hit, ran over them, and came away slightly tinted, but the dried streaks clung in stubborn outlines. Scrub, he said. I stepped forward, foam brush shaking in my grip. The bristles squeaked against the paint as I pressed them into the marks and dragged downward. Brown came away in ragged trails, turning the white suds a sickly tan. Each stroke took a little more. Each stroke felt like erasing a piece of last night's record. Dad followed close behind with the hose, bullying the dirty foam off the door. The mix of soap, water, and whatever had been on that metal swirled together on the concrete, sliding toward the dark, grate-covered drain. It spun in small whirlpools, the brown fading as the water diluted it. Watching it go made my stomach roll. It was like watching guilt go down a plug hole, knowing the stain in your head was not going anywhere. The whole time, Dad lectured. Rules are not suggestions, he said over the roar of the hose. You treat this car like a toy, you get burned. I told you nothing good happens after midnight. I said that, did I not? Yes, I muttered, scrubbing at a stubborn patch on the side mirror. But no, you got to take the long way home, he continued. Got to go joyriding on some back road. You think you are the only person on the planet, and then, bang. The hose emphasized the word, slamming against the dent. You are 2 inches from killing yourself or somebody else. His voice cracked, just once, on the last phrase. He turned his head slightly away, aimed the hose at the wheel well, as if that required extra concentration. I thought, he said softer, if I ever got a call in the middle of the night, it would be from the hospital or the cops. I did not figure you would just walk in the door like nothing and park this. He nodded at the damage in my driveway. The anger in his words fought with something else. Fear, relief, the idea that I could have been the one lying in a ditch instead of standing here scrubbing his car. When we were finally done, after multiple passes with the brush, more rinsing than was probably necessary, and a last check for any lingering discoloration, the passenger side was clean. The dent remained, an ugly crater in the smooth bodywork, but the dark streaks and droplets were gone. The metal had been restored to a respectable, neutral shine. Dirty water continued to snake across the floor, gathering in thin streams heading for the drain. Little patches of foam clung to cracks in the concrete, slowly shrinking. Dad shut off the hose. The sudden drop in noise made the empty bay feel cavernous. He stood there for a second, staring at the damp side of his car, jaw working. Then, very quietly, almost like he was talking to himself rather than to me, he said, "If anybody asks, we hit a deer on 71. That is it." The words landed in my chest with a weight I recognized immediately. That was not just a suggestion or a joke. It was a story, simpler, cleaner, and already lined up in his head, ready to be told to anyone who might come asking. The first version of the truth we both agreed not to tell. Dad had some errands to run after we got back from the wash place. At least, that was what he said. Really, I think he just needed to get away from the house, from the dent, from me. He grabbed his keys without looking at me much and muttered something about part store and swinging by work. The front door shut behind him with a soft, final click. A few seconds later, the Camaro's engine turned over outside, sounding tighter and cleaner now, like nothing bad had ever happened to it. I stood in the kitchen alone. The radio was off. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall above the pantry. An old, round thing, with a faux wood frame and hands that shuddered slightly each time they jumped to the next second. Tick, tick, tick. I pulled my phone from my pocket and unlocked it, more from habit than from a clear plan. Notifications bloomed across the top. A coworker in the group chat asking if anyone wanted to cover a shift next week. A spam email about a limited time offer from some store I barely remembered giving my address to. A breaking alert from a national news app about something happening 3 states away. I cleared them with a swipe. For a few seconds, I just stared at the home screen. The temptation was to open a game, scroll through social media, anything to drown out the memory of last night under layers of irrelevant information. But there was another pull, heavier, slower. I opened the browser instead and typed the local station site into the bar. The homepage loaded with a familiar array of clutter. Banner ad at the top for a car dealership. Weather widget showing too many suns and not enough clouds. A video thumbnail of some perky anchor gesturing at a map. I started scrolling. City council deadlocked on budget vote. New restaurant opens in old bank building. High school football coach announces retirement. My brain skimmed each headline and discarded it. The words did not stick. My thumb kept moving, flicking the page upward in small, uneven motions. Somewhere under all this noise, there should be something. An accident. A mysterious incident. Tick, tick. The sound of the clock suddenly seemed louder. About halfway down the page, tucked between a human interest piece about a charity car wash and a short blurb about road construction, a smaller headline snagged my eye. Unidentified man found, near County Line Road. My thumb twitched. The screen jumped slightly. For a second, I almost scrolled past it. Then something in my stomach dropped, and I flicked back up until the words were centered. Unidentified, man found, near County Line Road. My fingertip hovered over the headline like it was a button wired to something explosive. Then I tapped. The article was not long. They rarely are when the person involved does not have a name yet. Authorities are seeking information after the body of an unidentified male was discovered early Saturday morning in a ditch alongside County Line Road in northern Franklin County. I read the first sentence 3 times before my eyes would move on. The man, believed to be approximately 30 to 40 years old, is described as white, with dark hair and average build. Investigators believe he may have been transient or experiencing homelessness. Dark hair, average build, 30 to 40. The description was vague enough that it could have been half the men in the county. It was also specific enough that my brain plugged it into the blurry snapshot from the passenger window and found an almost perfect fit. He was found near a curve in the roadway shortly after 6 a.m. by a passing motorist who notified authorities. Preliminary reports indicate injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. Near a curve? Shortly after 6 a.m. Injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. Tick, tick. The sound of the kitchen clock was a metronome now, marking out each phrase as it dropped into place. The rest of the house faded. The humming refrigerator, the distant whoosh of a car going past outside, the muffled thump of someone's bass a few houses down, all of it flattened into a thin, distant hum. Authorities believe the incident likely occurred between approximately 12:30 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Saturday. Anyone who was driving in the area of County Line Road during that time and may have seen a pedestrian or vehicle stopped on the side of the road is asked to contact the sheriff's office at the number listed below. The window, the clock, the ditch, the dent, between 12:30 and 1:30. My brain did the math without my permission, leaving the wing place around 12:45. The ramp, the corn, the cart, the men, the stop, the slam, the call to 911, pulling into the driveway around 1:15. The timeline lined up too neatly for comfort. I became weirdly aware of my own breathing. It sounded too loud in the quiet kitchen. A rough in and out that did not match the calm tone of the article. The words on the screen sat there, flat and black against white, while my chest rose and fell too quickly, too shallow. I scrolled down. There was no photo, no composite sketch, no blurred crime scene tape shot. Just a couple more lines about how the man was being taken to the county coroner's office for autopsy and identification. How no one matching his description had yet been reported missing. How the case was open and ongoing. Case open. Like there was a door somewhere that people were walking in and out of, carrying pieces of him. My thumb reached the bottom of the article, where the contact info sat in neat blue text. Sheriff's office number. Anonymous tip line. If you have any information, please call. I stared at those numbers like they were written in another language. It cannot be him, I thought, with the stubborn insistence of someone standing on a cracking lake insisting the ice is still solid. There are other curves on County Line, other cars, trucks, people who drank too much, people who text and drive, people who do not slam their brakes for carts. I drove away before I hit anyone. I felt him hit me. That is different. That means something. In the ugly theater in my head, the scene played again, only sharper this time. The man's face at the window, the slam, the scrape, the launch forward. Then the rearview mirror, the shape on the road, half in, half out of the taillight's reach. The arm at that strange angle. The way he had not moved before the curve took him away from me. My chest constricted. No, I thought. I did not hit him with the front. I did not roll over him. I did not feel the car go up and down like it had driven over a body. I would have known. I would have felt that. The article sat there at the bottom of the screen, refusing to adjust to my justifications. Injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. Between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m., County Line Road. A part of me, the part that had told me to move the cart, to call 911, pushed upward, wanting to do something. My eyes slid back to the phone number. My thumb moved without my say-so, hovering over the digits like it had a magnetic attraction. All I had to do was tap. The phone would open a call. A dispatcher would pick up. I could say, I was out there. I reported 2 men in the road. One of them hit my car. I do not know if I hit him. I do not know if I am the reason you are writing unidentified instead of a name. My thumb lowered a fraction of an inch. Then I pictured Dad in the wash bay, watching the brown water swirl into the drain. I heard his voice again, quiet and thin. If anybody asks, we hit a deer on 71. I saw the dent, freshly scrubbed. Now just a shape without context. The simpler story was already waiting, polished and ready. Deer, highway, scared driver. It would not fix anything, but it would keep things from getting worse. My thumb stopped. I locked the phone and set it face down on the table. My heart thudded. The ticking of the clock punctuated each beat like a judge's gavel. I lasted maybe 30 seconds before I grabbed the phone again and flipped it over. The article was still there when I opened the browser, as if it had been waiting patiently. My thumb drifted down toward the number again, brain and body pulling in opposite directions. Call, do not. Call, do not. I set the phone down again, this time a little harder. The edge of it clicked against the tabletop. Half a minute later, I picked it up. This went on for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only a few minutes. My world shrank to a small, stupid tug of war between my hand and a string of numbers on a screen. Every time I almost pressed, something in my chest seized and yanked me back. Every time I put the phone down, guilt burned so hot in my throat it hurt to swallow. I was in the middle of one more round. Phone in my hand, thumb poised a millimeter above the contact link when the screen blinked. A new notification slid down from the top, covering the headline for a second. New message, unknown number. My stomach twisted. I opened the Messages app without thinking, breath snagging halfway in my chest. There it was. No name, no saved contact, just a 10-digit number I did not recognize, and a single line of text. Were you on County Line last night? I did not answer the text. I stared at it until the words blurred, until the little gray bubble might as well have said anything else. You up? Wrong number. Your car's warranty is about to expire. Then I backed out of the thread without replying, deleted the notification, and set the phone face down again, like that would cancel it out. It did not, obviously. The question jammed itself into my thoughts and stayed there like a splinter. Were you on County Line last night? No name, no context, no follow-up. Whoever had sent it did not bother to clarify. Or maybe they were waiting to see what I would do with the first move. The sheriff's office did have my number from the 911 call, but the message had not come from any official-looking contact. Just a naked 10-digit reminder that I was not as invisible as I wanted to believe. The article, the text, the dent, the washed-away stains. It all built up until the house felt like a pressurized tank. Every room I walked into seemed too small, the air too thin. Sitting with it did not feel possible, so I made the worst good decision I have ever made. I'm going to run an errand, I told Dad. He was in the living room, TV on some game he was not really watching, legs stretched out on the recliner. His eyes cut to me, then to the hall where the keys hung. The Camaro keys did not move. You taking your car? He said. Not a question. My car was the aging compact I had bought used 2 years earlier. It rattled when it hit 45. The AC only worked on 2 settings, weak and Arctic, and the check engine light liked to flirt with me on long drives for no discernible reason. It was not a car you took out for joyrides. Yeah, I said. He studied me for a second longer, as if deciding whether to ask where I was going. Whatever he saw on my face made him look away again. Be back for dinner, he said, which was as close to "do not make this worse" as he was willing to get out loud. The drive back out toward County Line in the daylight had a surreal quality. The same exits, the same billboards, the same green mile markers slipped past. Everything looked flatter, less haunted. The bright sky washed the shadows out of the landscape. Still, as the exit 131 County Line RD sign approached, my palms began to sweat on the worn steering wheel. The little car shuddered as I signaled and moved into the right lane, its engine whining faintly as if it too objected to the plan. The off-ramp looked smaller in the afternoon, less like a chute into nowhere and more like any other country road exit. Cracked guardrail, a couple of weeds pushing up through the concrete, a discarded fast food cup in the ditch. Flies buzzed lazily around something invisible in the grass. Turning onto County Line, the first thing that struck me was how narrow the road actually was. At night, it had felt endless, a black river with no banks. In the pale, washed-out sunlight, it was just an old 2-lane. The faded yellow center line cracked and patched, edges crumbling where the asphalt met the dirt. The cornfields were still there, but under the sun, they looked less like a wall and more like what they were: plants. Rows and rows of green stalks, tassels swaying gently in the breeze, leaves whispering against each other. The sense of being in a tunnel was still present, but muted, like a dream remembered instead of relived. I drove slower than I had the night before, partly because I knew what had happened, partly because there were signs of other people now. A rusted mailbox with a number half peeled off, a tractor trailer stacked with hay, parked crooked in a front yard, a kid's bike lying on its side near a gravel driveway, its front wheel slowly turning in the wind. I spotted the tape before I was ready, a splash of unnatural color against the ditch ahead, bright yellow, strung between 2 metal stakes, fluttering in the breeze. It flicked in and out of view as the car rolled forward, like a tongue poking through crooked teeth. My heart thudded up into my throat. I pulled the car onto the thin strip of gravel shoulder a little way back from the taped-off area. The tires crunched over stones, the vehicle shivering as it dropped off the smoother asphalt. When I turned the engine off, the ticking started, metal cooling, echoing in the small, quiet cabin. I sat there for a long moment, hands locked around the steering wheel, staring through the windshield. The tape was only about 50 yards ahead, slicing across the ditch and up onto the edge of the field. Someone had stuck a small orange cone near the spot where the grass dipped. No other cars, no flashing lights. Whatever official response there had been was over for now. This was just the set dressing left behind. I opened the door. The afternoon air was warm, but not oppressive. A soft breeze carrying the smell of cut hay and sun-warmed earth. When my shoes hit the gravel, the stones shifted and clicked, smaller and lighter than the ones in my driveway. Birds called to each other from the corn, and the few trees scattered farther back. Their songs layered over the steady hum of insects. Somewhere off across the fields, a tractor whined in a slow, monotonous way, dragging something heavy behind it. I walked toward the tape, each step deliberate, like I was approaching something that might spook. The closer I got, the more the world narrowed again. Not into darkness this time, but into detail. The little cone, the slight flattening of grass near the ditch, tire tracks darker than the rest of the asphalt. There were skid marks on the road. They were faint, half old, half new rubber laid over them, but visible if you knew what to look for. Two dark, elongated smears on my side of the lane, curving slightly with the road's bend. They started a few yards back from the tape and ran forward, then faded as the pavement changed texture. My stomach lurched. The angle looked familiar. I could almost feel the corresponding pull in my hands, the way the wheel had fought me when the ABS kicked in. I stopped just short of the tape. The ditch here was deeper than I remembered, probably because I had not really looked at it in the dark. Grass and weeds grew thick along its slope, some of them pressed down in irregular patterns that might have been from boots or from the efforts of whoever had pulled a body up and out. Dirt was darker in one patch, freshly disturbed, as if someone had dug or knelt there for a while. Police tape fluttered gently, its bright color at odds with the muted greens and browns around it. It whispered against the metal stakes, a dry, plastic sound. There were no obvious markers, no little numbered evidence tents, no chalk, no obvious signs that someone had died here. It almost could have been some utility work site they had forgotten to clean up. Almost. "You need something?" The voice behind me made every muscle in my back seize. I turned and saw a man in a tan uniform walking toward me from a cruiser I had not even noticed parked farther up the road under the shade of a tree. Sheriff's badge over his chest, sunglasses, short buzzed hair going gray at the temples. He had that particular kind of relaxed stance cops get when they have already assessed that you are not an immediate threat, but might be a problem. I gestured vaguely toward the tape. "I saw this driving by. Just wondered what happened." He stopped a few feet away, looked me up and down, my beat-up car, my cheap sneakers, last night's exhaustion still clinging to me, and then back at the ditch. "Curious local, huh?" he said. Not unkindly, but not buying it entirely either. "Yeah," I said. "I live not far. I drive this way sometimes." He considered that for a second, then shrugged. "Body," he said, matter of fact. "Man found this morning. Likely transient. Probably got clipped by someone came through too fast and did not stop." He spoke like he had said versions of this before. like the story was already settling into a template. Is he? I caught myself. Do you know who he was? Not yet, the deputy said. No ID on him. No one matching him reported missing so far. Coroner will do his thing. Folks like that, sometimes they just fall through the cracks. He said it with a kind of resigned sadness, as if he had long ago decided that was just the way things were. Injuries? I asked before I could stop myself. He glanced at me more sharply then, taking in the question. His sunglasses hid his eyes, but I could feel the weight of them. Consistent with a vehicle strike, he said. We see it a lot on back roads like this. People walking at night, drivers not looking. It does not take much. Too dark, too fast. I nodded, throat tight. You drive out here last night? He asked, casual and not casual at the same time. My heart did a weird skipping thing. No, I lied automatically. I was working late, saw it online this morning. He held my gaze for a beat longer than was comfortable, then let it go. Maybe he believed me. Maybe he filed me away as nervous guy, asking too many questions, and decided it was not worth chasing right then. Anyway, he continued, shifting his weight. We'll put a call out for tips. See if anyone saw anything. Somebody probably did. Hard to keep secrets these days. He glanced back at the ditch, then added, almost as an afterthought, we found a shopping cart overturned down there too. Weird place for it. Must have blown here from somewhere. Who knows? The world tilted. I must have managed to keep my face mostly still because he did not react. But inside, everything in me lurched sideways. A shopping cart. My brain offered a brief, insane image of one being caught by a particularly ambitious gust of wind, sailing majestically across fields and fences to land upside down in a rural ditch. It dissolved almost immediately under the memory of metal against my palms, wheels rattling on patched asphalt, the squeal from somewhere farther down the road. Yeah, I said, voice coming out too thin. Weird. He nodded like the matter was closed. You need to head on, he said after a beat. We like to keep this area clear until we're done. Folks slow down too much. They rear-end each other. Right, I said. Sorry. I'll get out of your way. I turned and started back toward my car, each step feeling both too heavy and not heavy enough. My skin buzzed, the fine hairs on my arms standing up, despite the warmth of the afternoon. As I walked, I kept my eyes off the ditch, off the tape, off the deputy watching me go. Instead, I looked down at the shoulder where my feet landed. That was when I saw the grooves. They cut through the gravel and into the dusty edge of the asphalt in 4 parallel lines, about as far apart as the corners of a cart's wheels. They were deeper than the usual tire scuffs, carved as if something had been dragged fast and hard along the shoulder. In places, the dirt and small stones had built up on one side of each line, like the earth had been pushed ahead of whatever was moving. I crouched, pretending to tie my shoe. Up close, the pattern was unmistakable. 4 narrow trenches, slightly widening where they curved away from the ditch. They led away from the taped-off area, not toward the field, not toward some imaginary store. Back in the direction I had come from, back toward the highway, back toward town, back toward my house. Time did not fix anything. It just stretched the night out, thinned it, and laid it over a bunch of regular days. The first week after County Line, everything felt like it was happening through glass. I still got up and went to work. I still rang up customers buying headphones and HDMI cables and those overpriced power strips we were supposed to upsell. I still nodded along when coworkers complained about managers or joked about customers. But it all felt like watching old footage of my life instead of being in it. I avoided night shifts as much as I could without making it obvious. When the schedule came out, I quietly swapped later slots with anyone willing, offering to take their earlier ones. If I could not avoid closing entirely, I arranged it so Dad picked me up, or I rode with a coworker and left my car at home. Driving at night alone, that used to be my favorite part of the day. Now, even the idea of it sent a cold, bright flash of panic across my shoulders. Day driving was tolerable. The same roads looked less sinister under the sun. I stuck to the main routes, heavy with traffic and stoplights, nowhere near the green sign for County Line. Still, if I caught a glimpse of any exit ramp with a number close to 131, my hands tightened on the wheel without my consent. Sound became the enemy. The first time I went back to the grocery store, I nearly turned around in the parking lot. The carts were everywhere, lined up in long metal chains near the entrance, abandoned near the corral in the lot, one or two sitting stray at the edges where someone had gotten lazy. Kids pushed them for fun, hopping up on the lower bar and letting the momentum carry them forward, metal rattling and squeaking over the asphalt. Every time a cartwheel hit a crack, my chest clenched. The high, wobbly rattle ricocheted straight into that part of my brain that remembered the silence of the road and then the wrongness of that noise. I caught one particularly bad squeal from behind me and flinched so hard I dropped the box of cereal I was holding. It hit the tile with a dull thud. A little girl's giggle followed as she skidded around the corner, her cart veering wildly until her mom snapped at her to stop. I stood there for a second, pulse racing, pretending to be fascinated by the nutrition facts, so I did not look like a man having a minor breakdown next to the Cheerios. At work, it was not much better. The loading dock out back had one of those heavy trucks that came once or twice a week to drop off pallets. The reverse alarm, the steady beep, beep, beep whenever it backed up, used to just annoy me. Now, the high-pitched, repetitive sound cut through my skull like a wire. The first time it went off after the accident, I was in the small stockroom, sorting through a box of returns. The alarm started up out back, loud and insistent, and for reasons I cannot fully explain, my brain matched its rhythm with the memory of the man's impact on the door. Beep, slam, beep, slam, like the universe had decided to set my guilt to a tempo. I had to put the box down and step into the bathroom for a minute, splash cold water on my face, and pretend it was about the fluorescent lights giving me a headache. At home, Dad and I slid into a pattern that almost looked normal from the outside. We did not mention County Line. We did not talk about the article. We did not talk about the grooves in the shoulder or the text from the unknown number. He took the Camaro into a friend of his who did body work on the side. A few days later, it came back with the dent reduced to an almost imperceptible ripple and the paint touched up until you had to really know where to look. If you glanced at the car from the street, it just looked like a nice, older Chevy someone had taken care of. The scars were now mostly in my head. Still, sometimes, when we both happened to be outside at the same time, me taking the trash out, him getting the mail, I would catch him glancing at that door. His eyes would crack toward it for a half second, scan the panel, then flick away like he was mad at himself for checking. We fell back onto safe topics: work, the game, bills, the weather, anything that did not involve cornfields or the words hit and run. I filled in the rest with the only thing I felt like I could do: watch. Every morning, every afternoon, every time my phone buzzed, I checked for updates. I refreshed the local news site so often, their stupid ad for Storm Tracker Plus burned a ghost image into my vision. I set up alerts for county line and unidentified man and pedestrian struck. For a while, nothing. Just that same small article, unchanged. Then, maybe a week and a half later, a follow-up story appeared. Smaller headline this time. Lower on the page: authorities still seeking leads in county line incident. The body was still unidentified. The man was still described as white, dark hair, average build, no tattoos or distinctive features listed. No one had stepped forward to claim him. No one had called to say they were missing a brother, a son, a friend. The coroner's preliminary findings were listed in clinical brutal language: blunt force trauma, multiple fractures, consistent with high-speed vehicle strike, no witnesses, investigation ongoing. The word unidentified started to feel like an accusation all by itself. It bothered me in a way I could not quite articulate. It turned him from a specific person into a vague problem. It made it easier for people to say transient and shrug. In my head, he was not unidentified. I knew his eyes. I knew the shape of his face mashed against glass. I knew the pattern of the smear across his mouth, the way his hair clung wetly to his forehead. I did not know his name, but I knew his last seconds before everything changed. They ran at my car, I told myself, over and over, like a mantra. They were trying to get in. I did what anyone would do. If I repeated it enough, maybe it would feel like absolution instead of a thin excuse. Except every time I thought they, my mind tripped on that word. Plural. 2 men from the corn. 2 shadows bursting out. 2 shapes in the road, but only 1 body in the ditch. Where had the other one gone? Did he leave his friend there and walk away? Run away? Ride away on nothing? Those grooves in the gravel shoulder haunted me almost as much as the impact. The way they led away from the ditch, away from the tape, back toward town. 4 narrow lines like claw marks, or like the path of a cart being dragged in the wrong direction. Sometimes, late at night, lying in my bed, staring at the dark window, I imagined that second man, hands wrapped around the cart's handle, dragging it behind him, along the shoulder, step by step. The body gone, the cart upright or overturned, bumping and rattling at his heels as he walked. For what? For who? I checked the scanner app less, but the habit never fully died. Once in a while, I would open it and let the coded chatter wash over me. Unit 14, en route. 10-4, strings of numbers and streets that meant something specific to someone. No one said my name. No one mentioned my car. On the surface, life had more or less gone back to its old grooves. Work, home, bad sleep. Weekends that felt like reheated versions of weekdays. People asked how I was, and I said fine. It was easier than explaining that every time a cart squeaked or a truck beeped or the AC cycled off, I half expected to look up and see a different life waiting. The first time the sound came outside my bedroom window, I was not fully awake. It was one of those nights where sleep came in shallow puddles instead of a full conversation. I would drift off for a bit, dream something thin and anxious, then jerk awake with my heart pounding and no idea what set it off. The clock on my phone climb through the small hours in 5 and 10-minute increments. Sometime after 2 a.m., I was hovering in that gray zone between waking and sleep. Eyes closed, but awareness still buzzing when I heard it. Faint at first, barely threaded into the silence, but unmistakable once my brain latched onto it. A rattle. Metal on asphalt. Not long, not loud. Just a brief, uneven rolling sound, accompanied by the tiniest squeak at the end of each rotation, like one wheel did not want to turn all the way. It passed by the house in a slow arc, close enough that my mind placed it right out front on the street. My eyes snapped open. My skin went cold all over, a flush of ice under my face and down my arms. The blinds were down. The window was closed. The only light in the room was the weak glow from the power strip by my bed. For a few seconds, I lay there, holding my breath, listening. The sound came again, just once. Shorter this time, like whatever was rolling had hit a smoother patch of pavement. Then nothing. No car doors, no voices, no engines. I slid out of bed, heart thudding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. My feet hit the carpet without a sound. I crossed the room in 3 slow steps and lifted one slat of the blinds with my finger, just enough to look out. The street was empty. No late-night walkers. No neighbors moving trash cans. No kids playing stupid games with stolen carts. Our driveway sat quiet and still. My car and Dad's both dark shapes under the streetlight glow. The asphalt in front of the house was just a strip of gray, textured and unremarkable. I let the slat fall back into place, the plastic ticking softly against the others. In my head, the sound of those wheels kept rolling, circling the house long after the night had gone silent again. After that first night with the wheels on the street, it did not stop. It just changed locations. At first, it was the front steps. I would be lying in bed, phone face down, room dim and stale with my own breath, when I would hear it, a small, almost polite bump from the direction of the porch. Not a knock. Not someone stomping around out there. More like something lightly tapping against the bottom step. Thump. A soft, hollow sound, as if a small metal frame had nudged the wood and then settled back. The first couple of times, I told myself it was raccoons. We had seen them in the neighborhood before. Little gray burglars knocking over trash cans. Maybe they had decided to explore the porch because someone had left food out once, and now they were checking just in case. I did not get out of bed to look. Blaming raccoons worked better if I did not have to see anything that might prove me wrong. The squeak came next. It would slide in under the other sounds of the house, under the AC's low exhale, under the soft drip of the bathroom faucet down the hall. A faint, high noise, like an unoiled wheel turning quickly and then stopping. Eek. Sometimes it came alone. Sometimes it followed the bump. A sequence. Bump, squeak, silence. Like a rhythm that almost made sense. Then there was the clacking. It started one night when the wind picked up, moaning faintly around the corners of the house. I lay there listening to branches scratch the side of the siding when I heard something else layered under it. A rhythmic, hard little clack sound, spaced out in a way that made my skin crawl. Clack, clack, clack. It was subtle, almost hidden, but once I heard it, I could not unhear it. It sounded like small wheels rolling over the cracks in the driveway, the slight rise and drop of each seam translating into a click. Thump, eek, clack, clack, clack. If it had been just one night, I would have chalked it up to a bad dream I half remembered as real. But it kept happening, Not every night, but enough. And always around the same time. I started checking the clock every time I woke up to those sounds. 1:12 a.m., 1:24, 1:19. The digits stared back at me in harsh blue from my phone, hovering in that narrow slice of early morning between late and too early. County line had happened between 1:00 and 1:15. The article's time window, the ditch, the body, the cart. I tried to be reasonable. It is not exactly uncommon for a house to settle more at night. Temperatures drop, materials contract, animals move around more. People take late walks, drag bins, roll coolers, mess with things they should not. But the timing got under my skin. The consistency. That stupid little window where all my nerves were burnt raw and the world felt thinner somehow. After about the fourth night in a row of lying there rigid, listening to phantom wheels and refusing to look out the window in case there was actually something to see, I realized I was losing my mind in a very ineffective way. So I did what anxious, mildly tech-competent people do when they are tired of not trusting themselves. I decided to collect data. One night, right before I went to bed, I took my phone into the living room instead of leaving it on the nightstand. The front window looked out over the small patch of lawn and the driveway. The street beyond lit in staggered pools by the streetlights. I pulled the blinds up halfway and peeked out. Nothing. Just our cars, the neighbor's yard, the quiet silhouette of the mailboxes in their row. No carts, no raccoons, no night joggers. I set the blinds back down, then pulled the cord until one slat hung just slightly askew, creating a tiny gap at the bottom. It felt better to give the room one eye on the outside, even if I was not going to be there to use it. Then I opened the voice recorder app on my phone, set it on the narrow table under the window, and hit record. The little red line started crawling across the screen, monitoring the input. The first few seconds showed mostly low hums. The AC, the faint distant rush of traffic from the main road. I turned the screen off and left it there, face down, microphone pointed toward the glass. In bed, the absence of the phone at my side felt strange, like forgetting to wear a watch you have had on for years. I lay on my back, staring into the dark, hyper-aware of every sound. The house creaked once in the kitchen. The fridge cycled on and rattled for a while. A car passed outside, its headlights briefly brightening the edges of my blinds, tires whispering on the asphalt. The clock on the dresser glowed 12:54. I tried to tell myself that it was enough now, that I did not have to listen for these noises in real time anymore. The recorder would catch them if they were real. I could review them later when my brain was less fried. But that is not how anxiety works. Every tiny noise still jerked my attention around. The AC clicked off, and silence fell heavier than before. Somewhere in the walls, pipes ticked like small bones cooling. A dog barked once far in the distance, then stopped. Eventually, exhaustion outweighed vigilance. My thoughts thinned out, stretching into vague shapes that did not quite reach the level of dreams. I slid into a shallow sleep that was more like a series of brief blackouts. When my alarm went off in the morning, the phone was still on the table under the window, recorder app open, a long waveform of the night's sounds scrolling across the screen. The file length read something like 05:02.47, a little over 5 hours. I made coffee before I listened. I do not know why. Maybe because it felt like I needed something in my system, some ritual of normal human activity, before I sat down and examined whether my house was quietly being circled by. Whatever my brain had decided lived out there. Dad had already left for work. The house felt hollow in that specific morning way, with daylight leaking in and no one there to meet it. I plugged in an old pair of wired earbuds, the plastic slightly cracked where the cord met the bud, and sat at the kitchen table. Press play. At first, it was boring. White noise from the AC. A faint, distant high hiss from the mic itself. The occasional whoosh as a car went past outside. The low rumble of tires translated into dull shifts in the waveform. The fridge cycled on at some point between 12:30 and 1 fry. I could hear the compressor kick in with a heavier hum, the faint clink of something in the freezer shifting. I watched the timestamp tick upward. 0:43:10. 0:58:37. Say 1, so 6, so 2. Nothing strange, nothing I could not explain. My shoulders started to relax just a little as I listened to my house be nothing more than a house. It was almost soothing, in a weird way, hearing the AC breathe and the occasional car sigh past. Then, around 01:17, the waveform jumped. It was subtle, a small spike compared to the bigger blocks of passing cars, but different enough to catch my eye. A narrow peak, then a smudge of activity. In my ears, something new slid in under the hum. A metallic rattle, faint but clear, growing nearer across a few seconds. It sounded exactly like what I had been hearing in half-sleep for weeks. A light, hollow clatter of small wheels rolling over imperfect pavement. The rhythm was uneven, like one wheel kept catching for a split second and then breaking free. The volume increased slightly, then peaked in a small, sharp impact. A bump, like something hitting the front bumper of a parked car. Not hard enough to set off an alarm, but enough to make you glance out a window if you were awake. The bump reverberated through the recording, rattling something near the microphone. A tiny buzz from the table or the frame of the window. After that, the rattling continued, fainter now, as if whatever it was had changed direction and was rolling away slowly down the street. The squeak came back intermittently, that protesting wheel announcing each revolution. Then it faded. The AC reclaimed the soundscape. I sat there, fingers pressed tight around my coffee mug, listening to the empty stretch of recording that followed. My heart had picked up speed without asking my permission. The lawnmower next door kicked on at around the 4-hour mark. The audio suddenly cluttered with its angry buzz. Birds got louder as dawn approached. A truck's engine idled somewhere nearby for a bit. I almost stopped the playback. I had, technically, gotten what I came for. Proof, in a form, that the noises were not purely in my head. Then the timeline slid into the last few seconds of the file. On the screen, there was a final thin ripple of sound after the rattle had fully faded. It did not look like much, just a little wiggle near the line, easy to miss if you were not watching for it. In my ears, it came through as a soft, close noise right next to the microphone. A breathy exhale, barely audible over the background hum. Or maybe not just a breath. Maybe the start of a word, a faint, muttered syllable that caught on the edge of articulation and never fully formed. It was so quiet that I replayed those last 5 seconds, 3, 4 times, leaning closer to the phone each time, volume turned up just before it would blast my ears with static. The more I listened, the more convinced I became that the sound was not random. 2 small, hushed shapes of air, right up against the mic, and in those 2 broken syllables, in that almost whisper, I heard something that made every hair on my arm stand on end. It sounded like the beginning of my name. I must have replayed that recording 50 times before I admitted to myself what it had done to me. It was not just the wheels, or the bump, or the rolling away. Those I could still pretend were physical things. A neighbor with a dolly, some kid screwing around with a bin, a messed up echo of the original night. It was the last few seconds that broke something open. That soft exhale right next to the microphone. Those two half syllables that sounded like someone trying to say my name and not quite making it. I knew, rationally, that a phone mic is garbage. That compression and background noise and my own expectations could twist random static into whatever shape I feared most. I knew about pareidolia. Faces in clouds, voices in white noise, patterns where none exist. Knowing did not help. After the 10th replay, my ears started ringing. After the 20th, my fingers were trembling so badly I could barely pull the earbuds out. By the time I finally set the phone down, my mind had decided that someone, or something, had stood just outside that front window in the middle of the night, leaned close enough for their breath to fog the glass, and tried to speak to me. And if that was true, then doing nothing wasn't just selfish anymore. It felt like an invitation. That was what finally pushed me toward the phone call I had been avoiding since the article went up. I told myself it was about doing the right thing, about giving the sheriff's office one more chance to connect the dots. That if I at least tried, and if they still did not care, then maybe the weight on my chest would be a little lighter. That was the story I told myself. Underneath it, darker motives lurked. If I confessed even a little, maybe whatever was playing with my driveway would stop. Maybe acknowledging it to someone with a badge and a report form would move it out of my house and back into the realm of things handled by professionals. I spent almost an hour rehearsing what I was going to say. Sitting at the kitchen table, the same one where I had read the article and stared at that unknown text, I whispered phrases under my breath like I was practicing for a speech. I drove on County Line that night. I saw individuals in the road. I'm not sure if I hit anyone, but I kept circling around the same problem. Every version that actually sounded honest also sounded like the first line of a confession. The more truth I added, the closer I crawled to saying I might have killed a man and driven away. I tried to find a line in the middle. Enough to matter, not enough to ruin my life. I did not mention the cart in most of my drafts. I did not mention the face at the window, the hand on the handle, the grooves in the shoulder. I definitely did not mention the audio of phantom wheels and half-whispered names. I compromised with myself. I would tell them I had been there, that I had seen two men in the road, and that I had already called 911 that night. I would frame it as follow-up, a concerned citizen wanting to make sure a detail did not get lost. I would not bring up anything that tied my car specifically to the body in the ditch unless they dragged it out of me. It was cowardice dressed up as conscience, but it felt like the best I could do. In the late afternoon, when the house felt least haunted and the sun came in at an angle that made the kitchen bright and a little too warm, I dialed the non-emergency number listed at the bottom of the article. The line rang 3 times. Then a woman's voice answered with the county sheriff's office greeting. I explained I had information about the incident on County Line Road, and she put me on hold before I could lose my nerve. On hold, the world narrowed to sound. Phones ringing in the background, muffled voices talking over each other. A burst of static as some radio transmission cut in and out. The faint staccato of fingers hitting keyboards. Every so often, A louder radio squawked a code or a street name. The mundane chaos of a place where emergencies were just paperwork with bad timing. By the time a male voice came on the line, my heart was already punching fast enough that I had to remind myself to breathe. Sheriff's office. This is Deputy Harris. Hi, I said. My name is... I gave it, along with my number, before he could ask. I think I might have information about the man who was found on County Line Road a few weeks ago. There was a brief pause, some typing keystrokes clicking through the speaker. Okay, he said, tone polite but distant. What kind of information? I swallowed. My throat felt dry, my tongue too big. I was driving out there that night, I said, around the time window in the article, between 12:30 and 1:30. I already called 911 that night and reported 2 guys in the road, but I wanted to make sure that was on record. We do have a record of a call reporting pedestrians on County Line, he said, still in that detached professional cadence. You're that caller? Yes, I said. I was driving, and there was a shopping cart in the lane, and then 2 men came out of the corn, and one of them hit the side of my car. I was just thinking about it, and I thought I should, tell someone again. I could hear him typing, adding something to whatever file my first call had spawned. The faint chatter of a police radio cut through, some unintelligible report about a disturbance downtown. Did you strike either individual with the front of your vehicle? He asked. The question was almost word for word what the 911 operator had said, but it sounded more routine now, less urgent. I do not think so, I said, choosing each word carefully. He hit my passenger side. I heard the impact. I drove away. I did not feel anything like running over someone. I did not see. I trailed off. The image of the body in the rearview mirror flashed again, sharper this time, the angle of the arm more wrong than before. He let the silence sit for a second. I heard more keys clicking, another phone ringing in the background, someone laughing softly somewhere far off. Okay, he said finally. We appreciate you following up. We already have reason to believe this was a hit and run, probably someone who panicked. Your initial call about the pedestrians is noted in the file. That is it? I blurted, the words out before I could smooth them. Sir? I stammered. Do you need anything else? From me? Do you have anything else concrete to add? He asked. New information? Additional observations? Any identifying details about the decedent? Decedent. The word landed like a cold coin. No, I said. The audio file burned in my pocket like a hot stone. The phantom exhale seared into my memory. Nothing concrete. If you remember anything specific, he said, already halfway out of the conversation, like a license plate, description of another vehicle, anything that might help us identify the driver, feel free to give us a call back. We're also still asking for dashcam footage from anyone who was out there that night. Right, I said, my voice tinny and too far away. Okay. Thank you for your time, he added. Have a good day. The line clicked. I sat at the table, phone still pressed against my ear, listening to the dead air. The AC hummed. A car drove by outside, bass thumping faintly through the wall. The clock ticked, steady and unconcerned. Relief and disappointment tangled together in my chest. Part of me had been terrified they would dig deeper, that they would ask what car I drove, if they could see it, whether I had photos, video, anything, that they would ask the right questions in the right order and follow the trail straight back to my driveway, to the dent and the body shop receipt, and the night I had not gone back to see if someone was lying there dying in my taillights. Part of me had wanted them to. Instead, I had given them exactly what they already had. A line in a report that said, "Caller observed pedestrians on county line, left area, no further contact." A tiny, neat box of information that did not threaten anyone's world too much. They did not ask for the audio. I did not offer it. That night, lying in bed in the blue glow from my phone's lock screen, I opened my email and started drafting a message to the address listed for tips at the bottom of the article. In the subject line, I typed, "Possible audio from county line area." In the body, I wrote and erased several versions of an explanation. That I had recorded strange sounds outside my house. That the timing matched. That I thought maybe someone was rolling someone, past my driveway. Everything I typed looked insane. On top of that, a more practical fear sat heavy. If I sent this, if I tied my name and address to audio that could be interpreted any number of ways, I might be inviting them to look harder, to ask for the original file, to request access to my devices, to drag my half-confession out into the light, whether I was ready or not. But under the legal fear was something pettier, more primal. The sound had started here, on my street, outside my window, on my phone. It felt like mine in a twisted way, bound to my house, my guilt, my nights. Sending it away, making copies of it, letting other ears hear it, felt like poking a hole in a container I was barely keeping sealed, like it would leak, like sharing the sound might make it stronger. I stared at the half-written email until the text blurred. Then I killed the draft, watched the empty compose screen blink at me, and backed out. For a few minutes, I just scrolled through my voice recordings instead. Grocery lists, notes to myself. The long 5-hour file from the night before, sitting there with its timestamp and its little waveform icon. The last few seconds replayed in my head unprompted. The rattle fading. The breath. The almost name. My thumb hovered over the file. I could keep it. Show it to someone else someday. Use it as proof that I was not just losing my mind, or I could get rid of it. Close that particular door. Seal that particular crack. Before I could overthink it, I tapped the delete icon. The phone popped up a confirmation dialog. Delete recording? This action cannot be undone. My pulse thudded in my ears. I hit delete. The file vanished from the list like it had never existed. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The house was its usual late-night hush. AC, a low murmur, fridge ticking, distant traffic, a blurry whisper. Then, from the direction of the driveway, there was a bang so loud it felt like it moved the air. A deep, hollow crash, metal on metal, like a heavy cart slamming full force into the garage door. The wall behind my head vibrated. I heard something rattle on a shelf in the hallway. I was out of bed before I registered moving, hard in my throat, feet hitting the carpet, then the cooler tile as I stumbled down the hall. The front window glowed faintly with reflected streetlight as I yanked the blinds up, slats clattering. The driveway was empty. Both cars sat exactly where they had been. The garage door was still. No fresh dent, no mark. The street was bare. No trucks, no late-night deliveries, no kids, no carts. Just the long, quiet strip of asphalt, waiting. It has been years. The dates have stacked up quietly on top of that one night until, from a distance, they all look the same. Birthdays, holidays, rent due, oil changes. But if I scratch at the surface, the layers peel back easily, and that summer sits right there, fresh as ever. I am not 24 anymore. Late 20s, pushing 30, depending on who is asking and how honest I feel like being. Different job now. Different place, technically, though not far enough away to really count. Still Ohio. Still the same stretch of interstate pulsing past everything else, like a vein you can always find. I work for a small logistics company these days, the kind that sounds more impressive on paper than it looks in person. Mostly, I sit in a cramped office with other people in shirts one size too big, staring at monitors that show blocks of color moving across maps. Trucks, routes, schedules. Sometimes, though, when someone calls off or a load is short a driver, they ask us to step up. And that is the boss's phrase, step up. It means you still have a valid license. The truck needs to get there. The company is cheap. Go drive. I avoid the overnight runs whenever I can. I invented a whole ecosystem of excuses at first. Doctor's appointments, chronic insomnia, vague family obligations, until it started to sound suspicious, even to me. Eventually, I had to accept that sometimes, if I wanted to keep the job, I was going to be on the road after dark again. I can do it mostly. The highways are familiar. The truck's cab feels different enough from the Camaro, from my old compact, that I can almost trick myself into believing I am some other man on some other road. I stick to the main arteries, the big lit interstates with billboards that promise fireworks stores and water parks, and I do not take County Line. Ever. The GPS does not love that. It thinks in pure efficiency. If there is a faster path, it wants me on it. History and guilt be damned. So sometimes, when there is construction or an accident, a little purple line will swoop across the screen and highlight a shortcut it thinks I should take. Cutting across familiar farmland, shaving off a couple of minutes. County Line. I know the shape of it on the map. I know where it threads under the interstate, where the little icon for the exit sign sits like a trap. I know the exact angle of the on-ramp, the bend of the road that follows. My fingers tighten on the wheel whenever I see that suggestion pop up. I always hit avoid, but GPSs have short memories. They forget that avoid means forever to some of us. One evening, a few months ago, I got caught in a nasty backup on the way back from a warehouse job on the south side. Rain and a jackknifed semi had turned the northbound lanes into a parking lot. The truck's wipers squeaked back and forth across the windshield, barely keeping up, lights smearing into streaks. After 20 minutes of crawling, the red line on the navigation screen stretched ahead in what looked like infinity. The voice chirped at me cheerfully. In 1 mile, take exit 131 onto County Line Road to save 11 minutes. My chest tightened so fast, it was like someone had swapped my air out for water. I could have ignored it. Could have inched along with everyone else, cursing the accident, resigning myself to getting home late. That is what I should have done. Instead, for reasons I still cannot fully justify, I put on my blinker and eased into the right lane. Maybe it was fatigue. Maybe it was that miserable sense of déjà vu. The universe offering me a second chance to make a different bad choice. Maybe some twisted part of me wanted to see it in daylight equivalent again, to prove to myself it was just another place and not a living thing. The exit sign loomed up through the drizzle. Green, reflective, exactly as I remembered. County Line RD, 1 mile. My hands were damp on the wheel. The truck's engine vibrated under my seat, a different note than the Camaro, but with the same bass line of potential. My heart thudded in a counter rhythm. Just before the ramp, there was a small gas station on the right, half convenience store, half truck stop, perched on the edge of the exit like it was waiting to catch anyone who changed their mind too late. Without fully deciding to, I swung the truck onto the ramp, past the turn that would have taken me under the interstate and down into the fields, and instead signaled again, guiding the truck into the wide apron of the station. The rain had downgraded to a mist. In the gray light, the gas station looked tired. The canopy over the pumps buzzed quietly with old fluorescent tubes. The bright colors on the sign out front had faded a few shades. A couple of older pickups huddled near the diesel island, their drivers inside somewhere, waiting. I parked the truck off to the side where the lot widened for semis, killed the engine, and sat there for a second while the cab ticked and settled. Through the glass, I could see into the store. Rows of shelves, glowing coolers along the back wall, the coffee station with its stained glass pots and styrofoam cups, a bulletin board near the bathrooms, cluttered with flyers and business cards. I told myself I was just going in for coffee. That the tightness in my chest was about caffeine, about a long drive home, about anything but the green sign I could still see in my side mirror. The glass door jingled weakly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of burnt coffee, fryer oil, and that particular artificially sweet scent all convenience stores seemed to share, like spilled soda and old candy ground into the floor. The hum of the refrigerators along the back wall set the base layer of sound, a low, constant vibration. Every time someone opened one of the cooler doors, there was a soft, suctioned whump and a faint shiver in the hum as the compressor adjusted. The coffee machine near the counter gurgled and dribbled into a pot that had seen better, less stained days. I moved through the aisles on autopilot, grabbing a bottled drink I did not really want, a pack of gum I would probably forget in the truck. My attention kept drifting toward the bulletin board. It sat on the wall between the restrooms and the ATM, cork-browned at the edges, held together by habit and thumbtacks. Local bands' gig flyers, babysitting offers, a business card for a guy who did small engine repair, a printed notice about a lost dog from 2 summers ago, the ink half faded, and in the middle of it, a piece of paper that did not fit. It was newer. The edges were clean, the ink still dark. At the top, in bold letters, it said, John Doe, seeking identification. I froze halfway to the coffee station. My feet moved me closer, without consulting my brain. I stopped a couple of feet away and read the smaller text. Franklin County Sheriff's Office is seeking assistance in identifying the man pictured below, believed to have been struck by a vehicle on County Line Road in the early morning hours of July 14, 2018. The words blurred for a second, then snapped back into focus. Early morning hours, County Line Road, 2018. Below the text was a small, blurry black and white image. Not a photograph exactly, more like a composite or an artist's mock-up based on data that did not want to come together. The man's features were soft, indistinct at the edges, like something drawn from memory a few years after the fact. Dark hair, average build, but the eyes. Even in that cheap printout, they seemed to catch more light than they should have. 2 dark shapes under shadowed brows. The line of the nose, the mouth, the jaw. All could have belonged to someone else. But the set of those eyes, the way they seemed to be focused just left of the camera, like he was looking at someone else in the room, pulled breath out of me. It was not a perfect match. Memory never is. The face in my passenger window had been wet and smeared and inches away, distorted by fear and glass. This one was flat and washed out, ink sinking into paper. But if you took the sketch, soaked it, dragged dirt across the bottom half, pressed it hard against a window, and added that blank, searching stare. My hand tightened around the drink bottle so hard the plastic creaked. I stood there, rooted, while the sounds of the store narrowed to a distant buzz. The fridge hum, the occasional beep from the register, the radio playing some old rock song too quietly to identify. All of it receded around the edges. All I could hear was my own breathing, too shallow and too loud, and the faint crackle of the fluorescent light buzzing directly above the board. "Help us give him a name," the bottom line of the flyer read. "If you have any information, please contact." I did not finish the sentence. My eyes had already moved back to the composite. For a second, the paper seemed to ripple slightly, as if a breeze had passed over it. It was just the AC kicking on, stirring the air, but the effect made my stomach drop. The door chime jangled then, sharper than before. A rush of cooler air slid over my neck as someone came in behind me. I did not turn to look. The next sound hit me like a physical blow. Metal on concrete. A long, scraping rattle, followed by the screech of several wheels fighting each other. Someone was pushing a chain of shopping carts past the front windows. The noise cut straight through the store's background hum, bounced off the glass, and drove into my head with perfect clarity. The warble of one bad wheel. The staggered clank as each cart hit a crack in the pavement in turn. The hollow, echoing rattle as they passed over a metal grate near the entrance. It sounded exactly like the recording I had deleted. That night, back in my own place, I ran out of things to distract myself with. I tried. I really did. I put the TV on, let some sitcom I had already seen 100 times chatter at me from the corner. I scrolled my phone until my eyes hurt, bouncing between news, social media, weather, anything. I stood in front of the kitchen sink and washed 2 dishes that did not need washing, just to move my hands. None of it stuck. Every time I blinked, I saw that flyer, that half face, ink blurred just enough to look like it was breathing. Eventually, everything else felt stupid. So I closed the apps, shut the TV off, and pulled the old laptop out from where it lived on the shelf. The hinge creaked when I opened it. The screen took a few extra seconds to come to life, the way it does when the battery is creeping toward the end of its patience with you. I sat at my cheap kitchen table in my cheap second-floor apartment under a single dim overhead light that buzzed faintly whenever the fridge kicked in. The laminate on the table had started to peel in one corner, the fake wood grain splitting to show the pale particle board underneath. My coffee mug left a ring near my elbow, the circle darkening slowly as it dried. The building was quiet in that particular way old buildings get at night. Not silent, exactly, but full of settled noises. The fridge hummed behind me, a steady vibration that made the glasses in the cabinet clink together now and then. Somewhere inside the freezer, a few cubes of ice let go and dropped into the bin with a muffled clatter. Out in the hallway, metal ticked as something cooled. Probably the pipes. Maybe the baseboard heater. Every so often, I heard a car start in the lot below, engine turning over, headlights sweeping pale across my blinds for a second before sliding away. The laptop fan spun up, low, and strained. The blank document glared at me. My fingers hovered over the keys for a long time before I actually typed anything. When I finally did, the first line came out like this: "Dear channel name, I know you get hundreds of stories and most probably never air. I am okay with that." I stopped and stared at the sentence. Then I went back and deleted the brackets, replaced them with the actual channel name I had been listening to for years. The one I used to fall asleep to, story after story playing in the dark, strangers whispering their worst nights into my ears. I read the line again. I am okay with that. It was true. I did not need this to become content. I did not want to hear my own words read back to me in someone else's voice. The thought of that actually made my stomach twist. What I needed was for the story to live somewhere other than inside my head. Somewhere outside my kitchen, my car, my bedroom, somewhere it could sit and be itself without me having to carry every frame of it alone. I started typing again. I told them what I have already told you more or less. I wrote about being 24 and working late shifts at the electronics store, about Dad's Camaro, about the stupid pride I felt just holding the keys. I described the strip mall, the hum of the fluorescent lights, the dull thump of the automatic doors closing at 10, the way the fried grease smell from the wing place soaked into my clothes. I wrote about the night drive, the highway that felt too straight, too safe, until it did not. The exit sign, the decision that was not really a decision, the corn pressing in, the dark, the cart. I tried to get the sounds right, the rattle of the shopping cart dropping into my headlights like it had been waiting in the road the whole time, the ABS thudding under my foot, the squeal of the tires, high and wild, and the deeper, hollow thud when the man's body hit my passenger door. I wrote about his face, how close it had been, how blank, how his eyes had locked onto mine through the glass. Not angry, not pleading, just present. I tried not to overdo the description. I did not want to turn him into a monster. He was not. That is the worst part. I admitted things I had never said out loud to anyone. I told them I never fully told the police the truth. That my first 911 call had been half panic, half self-protection. That my follow-up call years later had been carefully edited, details omitted, phrases softened, responsibility blurred at the edges until it could fit inside the neat little box the deputy seemed willing to hold. I described the article. Unidentified man. Blunt force trauma. No witnesses. I wrote about how that word, unidentified, had settled over everything like a film, how it had allowed people to talk about him like a problem instead of a person. I told them about the audio, how I had set my phone under the front window one night, too tired of wondering if I was imagining things to keep relying on my own ears, how the playback had been mostly nothing. AC, distant traffic, the occasional car, until that moment around 1:17 a.m. when the metallic rattle crept in, faint at first and then closer. I described the bump, the sound of something hitting a parked car's bumper and then rolling away. And then, right at the end, the soft exhale near the mic. The half-formed syllables that sounded like someone trying to say my name through a mouth that was not used to speaking anymore. I told them I deleted that file, that I did it deliberately, thumb pressing delete like it was a trigger, that I told myself it was about legal precaution and mental health, about not wanting to make copies of something I did not understand, and I admitted the truth under that truth. that I was scared that letting someone else hear that sound would make it bigger. That sending it out into the world, into servers and inboxes, and maybe a detective's headphones, would be like feeding it. I wrote about how I chose, over and over, to see that man as a threat instead of a victim. How it had started as survival. Two figures breaking out of the corn at a dead run, one slamming into my car, fingers on the handle, my heart smashing against my ribs, and then hardened over time into something uglier. It was self-defense, is a lot easier to live with than I left someone in the road because I was afraid of what it would mean if I went back. I told the channel that I do not know, even now, how much physical damage I actually caused. If he died because I hit him, or because someone else did, or because you cannot sprint out of a cornfield into a dark road forever without the math catching up to you. I wrote, I am not asking you, or your listeners, or the internet to tell me I did nothing wrong. I know better than that. I just want this written down somewhere outside my own head, so if it ever starts to feel like a story I made up, there will be proof that it happened. As I typed, the apartment continued its quiet little symphony. A neighbor's door slammed somewhere down the hall, the sound muffled through drywall and old insulation. I pictured him, keys in his hand, heading down the stairwell, thinking about work or groceries or anything but carts. The car in the lot below coughed to life, engine idling high for a few seconds before settling into a low rumble. Headlights swept across my blinds in pale stripes and then moved on. The ice maker in the freezer decided this was the moment to let go of another handful of cubes. They dropped into the bin with a clatter. The sound amplified inside the hollow plastic cavity, then faded. Every small noise made me pause and listen, fingers hovering over the keys. Each time, when it resolved into something ordinary, I forced myself to go back to the sentence I had been writing and keep going. I told them how, even years later, something as stupid as a grocery store cart can knock the breath out of me. How I cannot walk into a Kroger or a Walmart without mapping every cart in my line of sight, without flinching at the sound of wheels over tile. How I cannot drive behind someone pushing a cart out through the automatic doors of a store and into the parking lot without imagining for a split second that the lights will go out and the asphalt will turn black and narrow, and there will be nothing else around but the rattle and my headlights and whatever waits just past their handle. At one point, I typed, I have never heard that sound again, not clearly. My fingers stopped over the keys. The cursor blinked at the end of the sentence. The words sat there, flat and almost comforting in their denial. That was when the fire door in the hallway slammed. In this building, the heavy metal door at the end of the corridor likes to fight its own closer. Most days, people wedge it open with a shoe while they carry groceries, then let it go when they think it will drift shut quietly behind them. It never does. It picks up speed, swings on its hinge, and hits the frame with a metallic boom that rattles the picture frames on my wall. The sound crashed through my apartment now, sudden, sharp, vibrating the cheap table under my hands. For one fraction of a second, my brain did not hear it as a door. It heard it as a cart hitting metal. That same deep, hollow impact, that same echo in my ribs. I sat there, hands frozen on the keyboard, while the vibration faded and the hallway fell still again. The fridge hummed. The laptop fan whirred. Ice shifted in the freezer. The sentence on the screen glared back at me. I have never heard that sound again. Not clearly. I left it there anyway. If the person reading this on your channel has gotten this far, I am guessing it is probably late where they are. Maybe that is you right now. Maybe you are in your bedroom, lying on your back, with your phone on your chest, screen dimmed down so it does not hurt your eyes. There is an AC unit humming somewhere, either in the window or buried in the walls, breathing cool air into the room in low, steady sighs. Every once in a while it clicks, adjusts, and settles back into its rhythm. Down the hallway or behind a thin apartment wall, somebody's fridge kicks on and off. It is not loud, but it is constant. A tired old motor shuddering to life, running for a few minutes, then pausing. You do not notice it most of the time. You only do when it stops. Maybe your window looks out over a parking lot. A couple of pools of yellow sodium light. A line of cars sleeping under it. Windshields dark, hoods cooling. Somewhere a door shuts, dull and final, and the sound bounces between the buildings before it dies. Or maybe you are in a small apartment like mine, sitting at a thrift store table with your earbuds in, listening while you scroll. One part of your brain on my words, and another part on whatever else is wrong in your life. The light above you is too bright or too dim. You are aware of your neighbors without really seeing them. Footsteps overhead, the muffled bass of someone's TV through the wall. Water running in a pipe that shares your space without asking. Or maybe you are in a car, parked somewhere you are not sure you should be. A lot behind a store that closed 2 hours ago. The side of a quiet street in a neighborhood you do not live in. The speakers are low because you do not want to draw attention. My voice, or the one reading this, coming through Bluetooth, like someone sitting in the passenger seat. Your engine is off. The keys are either in your lap or still in the ignition. Every now and then, another car drifts by, its light sliding over your dash before moving on. Wherever you are surrounded by small, ordinary noises that mean nothing until they are gone. I want you to picture something with me. You have finished your shopping for the night. Maybe it is late because you worked a weird shift, or because insomnia pushed you out of your bed and into the aisles under fluorescent lights. Maybe you like the store better when it is mostly empty. No lines, no crowds, just you and a bored cashier and the hum of the coolers. You push your cart out through the automatic doors. They hiss and part for you, then close with a soft, rubbery kiss behind your back. Outside, the parking lot is half empty. A few cars scattered near the front. Another clump farther out where people did not want door dings. The neon from the store sign glows on the hoods, making all the colors look wrong, too flat or too bright. The air has that specific night store feel, a mix of asphalt that is starting to cool, exhaust from someone who just pulled out, and the faint ghost of all the produce and detergent and bakery bread you just walked past. Your cart's wheels hit the threshold and drop onto the concrete. They rattle. One of the wheels is bad because one of them is always bad. It wobbles and squeaks in protest every few rotations. The sound is not loud, but in the relative quiet of the late lot, it sketches its own little path forward. You push the cart across painted lines and oil stains, over small cracks where the asphalt has started to split. Each time a wheel hits one of those seams, there is a little clack that works its way up through the metal frame and into your hands. Somewhere far off, beyond the stores and the streetlights, there is a highway. You cannot see it from here, but you can hear it if you pay attention. a constant, distant whisper, like a river that never runs dry. Cars slide along it in both directions, their collective noise rising and falling in slow waves. The sound does not care about you. It never has. Maybe you unlock your car with a chirp and start loading your bags into the trunk. Maybe you return the cart to the corral like a decent person. Or maybe you leave it propped on a curb because you are tired and it is late, and you tell yourself someone else will get it. Either way, at some point, you will be standing there in that half-empty lot between bright light and shadow, with that low highway whisper in your ears and the memory of the carts rattling still in your hands. I am not here to tell you what to do with what I have just told you. I am not going to say, always stop and move every object you see in the road, because if I am being completely honest, that is not always safe advice. I am not going to say, if anyone runs at your car, drive away no matter what, because that sounds like bravery until you are the one lying in a ditch and someone else is telling themselves that your life was a price they had to pay to feel better in the morning. All I can tell you is this: some choices follow you home. They do not care if a court ever hears about them, if a detective ever writes them down, if any sentence with your name in it ever gets read out loud in a room with a flag and a seal. They live in your house instead, in the way you react when you hear wheels on asphalt, in the way you tense when you see a certain exit sign in your peripheral vision, in the way you swallow the word unidentified like it is a pill that never quite goes down. You learn the soundscape of your own place in a way most people do not. You know the exact pattern of your AC cycling on and off. You know the pitch of your fridge when it is struggling and when it is resting. You know how traffic usually sounds on your street at midnight versus 3 in the morning. And you start to notice something else. Every house, every apartment, every building has this 1 second. It does not announce itself. It is not on a schedule you can set a watch by, but it is there. The AC kicks off at the same moment the fridge decides it has done enough for now. The car that was rolling past your window has moved on, and there is not another one immediately behind it. Your upstairs neighbor has paused between steps. The pipes are not ticking. No faucets, no toilets, no dishwasher. For just one heartbeat, all the machines take the same breath in. The usual hum drops away. In that second, everything else steps forward. The creak in a floorboard on the far side of the room, the tiny tap of something settling in the wall, the faint hiss of wind against the glass, or, if you are unlucky, in the same very specific way I am, a sound that does not belong to your house at all. Wheels on asphalt, a rattle that starts faint and gets clearer. As I am typing this now, this last part, this piece where I turn away from the story and toward whoever is listening, I am in that exact second. The fridge has gone quiet. The AC is between cycles. No cars outside. No footsteps upstairs. The only noises are the laptop keys under my fingers and the soft buzz of the light above me. And now, cutting through that small hush, there it is. Not in my head. Not muffled by years and doubt. Clear. Cartwheels on asphalt outside my window. The sound rolls slowly, steady and deliberate, passing under my window like someone is walking the cart along the edge of the lot. One wheel squeaks every few rotations, just a little hitch at the top of its turn. The rattle changes pitch as it moves over a seam, then another, mapping the cracks I cannot see. It reaches the patch of pavement directly beneath where I am sitting, and stops. The silence after it is somehow worse than the sound. I do not get up. I have learned that looking does not always help. Sometimes it just tells whatever is out there that you are willing to meet it halfway. So I am leaving the blinds closed. If you ever hear that same sound in the middle of the night, whether you are in a parking lot or in bed with your window facing the street, you can decide for yourself whether to look.